Man, look how stupid Earth is. I said 2 days ago that someone was talking about shit, and I was like, oh, well, the ancients eat gold and they inject, they eat silver. And they do, right? Alex Jones sells silver. It's colloidal silver. You might have heard it. And people used to turn blue from eating it, and shit. It was a real problem because rich people were like, we're gonna eat the gold and stuff, and so the rich people turned into Smurfs and shit, fucking, because silver is actually like a blue hue and shit. And then, and I was like, so what'd you do? Is what the ancients did with gold, and you gotta be careful because you gotta be an Anunnaki or you're gonna die from injecting yourself. You're gonna die for. You gotta be powerful in order to become more powerful. That's the clue right there. I didn't start punching fucking steel and fucking concrete. Well, I did, but I stopped right away, right? So it took a minute there before I was actually punching steel and concrete more than one time. More than one time every 2 to 10 years, so I had time to heal from it. So, anyways, you gotta be strong in order to get strong. So, if you ain't Anunnaki, don't be Anunnaki. Fucking that colloidal silver there, Alex Jones sells it. So, it's pretty common, and you are what you eat, right? I smell like cake and candy and pasta because that's what I eat and shit. And and then when I leave something out, like if I don't eat a dose of candy and cake a day, I don't smell sweet. I just smell like pasta and stuff. Plain pasta noodles. Fucking, so you are, and obviously fat people they're eating potato chips and they look like giant potato chips and shit. Fucking, shit like that happens, right? And starving people look like a bag of bones because they ain't no meat on none of the bones they ain't eating. Fucking, anyway, so the point is I said that shit, and then they invent a day later that I said what you do is you take one of those 4-inch long heart needles and you gotta put it straight through the iris of your eye and go back into the brain and inject 10 cc's of gold every day. And that's how the Anunnaki, became so great, and how the Birdman learned to fly and all that type of shit. And then so now they got this whole thing where this YouTuber died because he was injecting fucking gold and stuff, and it's like, where was he injecting gold? How much gold was he injecting? He was only injected like a little bit. Was he injecting it through his iris directly into his brain with a 4-inch long heart needle? And were the pieces big enough? Because you can't get them too small. That's why you got to have that big heart needle. So you got the big hole, and you can just put large chunks of gold in there and inject it directly in there. And it gives it time to sit there because, 24 hours is a long time. Anyway, so then they made a video there. They just erased the dude from the game, right? He doesn't exist in the first place, so I guess they just erase him. Not that we have proof they exist, but trust me, I've had 2 clones in the room, and I've met the people who appear magically out of nowhere. So even if Bill Gates ain't real, if I went looking for him, it would create him. I mean, I was invited around Trump, but to be honest, I think anyone with more than 2 brain cells could have figured out. Even if you got B's in school, you could figure out that I'd be like, nah, I don't think so. Not only would it be unsafe, which I don't give a shit about, I enjoy that situation. It's like, oh, you're going to try to kill me. Well, at least it's entertaining, isn't it? Fucking, oh, shit. I remember drinking the champagne with all the powder at the bottom, and I just kept hanging out with everyone in the room. I didn't say anything because it's like, fuck it. It's like, who cares? We're gonna die. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go to heaven. I'm gonna live in a gold palace in heaven, and everything's gonna be perfect, and I'm gonna be happy all the time, and I'll have all my everything I want, and there'll be 72 virgins waiting for me in heaven, even though I probably want to touch 71 of them, or maybe all 72 of them. So I'm not really concerned with that, but I hear that's a benefit of dying. So, I'm always like, oh my God, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Oh my God, Y2K, we're gonna die. Oh my God, Russia, we're gonna die. Oh my God, the Space Shuttle Challenger blew up. We're gonna die. Oh my God, the Anunnaki are coming. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Oh my God, AI. Computers were renamed to AI. We're going to die. Oh my God, there's a computer. We're gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're gonna die. It's so sad. We're gonna go to heaven and live in a gold palace and be happy forever with our 72 virgins. Who will remain virgins because we'll be too busy having a perfect life to even need to have fun, to feel good. Anyway, imagine what heaven's like. All the women are like in a room by themselves, and they probably get locked in there so they don't cause any problems. They're like a giant knot prison, like a giant gold palace that you can't escape. And they're probably all, how they hate each other. They're all fighting and shit, and all the men. And they're like, why won't any men talk to me? And the men are just out there having fun and sitting around and talking to God and drinking Corona beers. And God's like, beers up. It's amazing when you think of heaven, what might it actually be? And do you want to be there? Does everyone really want to be there? Do women really want to go to a place where men are happy without them? Where men can be happy and don't need them around fucking? Do straight people really want to go? Do children really want to go hang out with all the priests in the world and the people who invented child mutilation and pedophilia? Do parents want to go there and bring their children with them, or would they rather go somewhere where they can protect them? All those questions and more. I think Scooby-Doo probably answered in one of his episodes there. But anyway, so you can see they invent that shit. And the thing is there, you inject it in your eye. But you got to be Anunnaki. You got to be great to start. You can't be great if you're not great. So that's a slave trick to get you to work hard. Those people on TV are selected and chosen. You ain't going nowhere. You want to be the Pope? You better pay attention. There's one family in there. You ain't gonna be the Pope unless your name is John or Paul or David or something. Fucking, I don't even think they've even had a David, but they had a King David, so you got a better chance there. But he didn't live in a gold palace either. It was, sacrifice. You gotta make sacrifices. You gotta deal with what you gotta do. If you're not good enough to be able to inject 10 cc's of gold a day through your iris into your brain, or figure out where your iris is in order to inject it in the right spot, then problems are going to occur. You see, the Anunnaki were smart enough to realize that where the eye is, they're obsessed with it. That's why they're so obsessed with the eye, and that's why they got such big eyes, because they use these huge fucking needles, and that's how he learned to fly. They would pump it in. Right, like they pumped full gold bars. They had big giant needles they put to that big ass eye. The AI on the dollar bill, Horus and Odin. Odin also had AI. That's why he was God, because he was AI. Fucking. Right, so, yeah. You gotta watch out for that stuff. But you see how fast they invented that shit. Anyway, so the entire point of the story wasn't about that. Just a preface that how bullshit it is. So they worked in a way. They gave me money, obviously. Fucking, they worked in a way to get me to talk to doctors again, as I discussed. And then so I went to a doctor. I didn't get to meet a doctor. I didn't go to a doctor. I went to a doctor's office planning on meeting a doctor, to interview the doctor to see if the doctor was, accept his job application to be my doctor, and they had a Hebrew nurse talk to me. I think it was a female. You never know with these creatures because they're trans species robots, so they're, you know, we don't know. I wouldn't recommend looking at them naked to find out for sure. And I wouldn't even assume that means anything because you can just, staple on a penis anywhere you want these days or cut it off. You could always cut it off. You could always cut off a goat's penis and put it on, even 6,000 years ago, just sew it on and be like, oh my God, that dude is so hot, just sexy man. I like the way he growls at me. Ruff. Fucking, anyway, so the doctor, oh no, wait a minute, it wasn't the doctor, it was like a follow-up from my insurance, and it was another, transsexual, trans-species transsexual. Like I said, when do I get to choose who I hang out with and what? I remember my friend when I was 18, pass out pamphlets and magazines telling me all these people were invading our nations and forcing us to date them and talk to them and be around them. And they told me it was those people. It just happens to be. Why do you gotta talk to them all the time and no one else? I think it's because the Christians, no one would want to have sex with them and talk to them. All their people, every group. I mean, whatever name they want to hide behind next, right? You can use your eyes to see who they are and shit. Is it real easy? Is it a boy? It's a girl? What's that? It's a trans species. Fucking. Usually, I had one in Mexico because, Mexicans have brown hair and brown eyes, all of them. So, not all of them had black hair and were real obvious and shit, with looking like Elvis Presley and stuff. But they do that thing where they're like, they magically cancel my Uber ride that I have, and then a month in advance they tell me if I need a ride, if I have any problems getting my ride to the airport, let him know. So then he uses that time when he plausible deniability has his pals cancel my fucking Uber ride without letting me know and shit. So I'm almost missing my ride and I have to rely upon him. And he lets me know, hey, I'm one of them. And I was like, oh, that's great. I'm glad you could tell me. I felt pretty comfortable being in Mexico, except for the times the IDF came and robbed me, and that other time my phone came up missing, and there's a black-haired Mexican in a situation that looked like Elvis Presley. I felt comfortable other than that. And I've been renting this apartment for 3-4 months now or something. 1, 2, 3, 4 something. And now I don't feel comfortable anymore. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for just running that. Now I'm going to be in the car with you driving to the airport for 45 minutes, and it feels like it's a police car. And I don't know if I'm about to get shot or beaten or raped or worse. Fucking now I feel really comfortable in this 45-minute car ride here. Fucking and fantasy I could escape. It was actually gone the second I went into Mexico, and some English semi-Elvis looking person came up to talk to me and shit. But anyway, so you notice the person who anyway, so back to the healthcare motherfuckers who look like Elvis Presley or any Whoopi Goldberg and shit. Goldberg. Whoop-de-doo. What does it mean? Fucking. Anyways, they ask it. I mean, it's a total waste of time. I'm out there trying to do martial arts because, I'm Neo. I know Kung Fu. And so, like, I gotta talk to them for 45 minutes to get money that they stole from me anyways before, so I'm just gonna use it to replace some broken ass shit they stole from me. Fucking, so it's just a little. The rats are in control, the rat maze and shit, fucking, and, some fucking belligerent son of a bitch is feeding them cheese and not starving them to death. And it sure ain't Hitler, because they're all over, fucking, so that didn't happen. That fantasy, that's a sexual fantasy. Never be confused. That's a sexual fantasy of theirs. They literally showed me that shit. Like, they were trying to get me all horny. The men, obviously, because the women aren't too much into men. Fucking, I could see, you know, with them, it's like, well, I mean, I'd fuck dogs and men too, you know, what's the difference? Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, so that person, like, they made it so stupid. Like, they're wasting my time, but they made sure, you know, they always make sure to let you know how fucking useless and stupid you are for talking to them. How useless the conversation with is, and how stupid you are for talking to them. And it's not really your fault. It's your parents' fault for having children in a world that they refuse to fix, and it's your parents' fault for not fixing that world. And then not protecting you, and actually being them and bringing you into it, and fucking not just not protecting you, not just not putting into it, but being the source of the fucking problem, and beating you, raping you, and drugging you for them and shit. That's actually where the root of the problem is and shit. That's why they're so obsessed with, you know, when Esther came and raped the king of Persia and they took over Persia, what does she tell the child? You know, all she's doing is marrying the king to kill off the people in the nation so they can cook Haman and eat his flesh and blood like they did Jesus. The cartoon character may or may not have existed. Probably didn't, because it's propaganda. So, and to be honest, I've seen him kill people, so I don't think they're above killing people. I don't think that's necessarily a cartoon fabrication. I've seen him kill people, and I've seen him laugh when their people die too. So that's not a big deal, right? Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, they ask, do I wear a seatbelt? What does that have to do with health care? They're just asking stupid fucking questions and shit. Do I wear a seatbelt? And the real answer is obviously no. No one wears a seatbelt. What type of idiot wears a seatbelt? People who have nice cars take the seatbelt out because it weighs a couple pounds and the car goes slower with a seatbelt in it. So we also have that. You know, if you've got your IQ's above 70 and you work on cars, you don't wear a seatbelt because there ain't no seatbelt and shit. Pretty fucking simple there, fucking moron. No. What you should do is ask, do you know anything about cars, and do you like nice cars? Do you like having a car that can accelerate fast enough not to get hit by other people and when you pull out an intersection? And then you get the answer, do I wear a seatbelt? No, I don't have a seatbelt. I'm sorry, but Satan did not install a seatbelt in my car and shit, or something happened there. I don't know, man. I think it was an invisible goat who did it, man. Invisible goat made me do it. Fucking anyway, so I mean, just look at the bullshit and uselessness. That's the whole time. I'm born a fucking adult in a little boy's body, and whoever erased my memory, probably the Christians at their hospital when I'm born. They're probably drug. That's why they don't take their children to the hospital, because the Christian Bible isn't for the Hebrews. It's to enslave every other race and tell them to worship the Hebrew race as gods. That's what it's for. And that's also why the Muslims don't follow, because they are from the Middle East, just like they're same fucking people, right? Fucking, and that's why they throw them people off buildings if they bring the Goyim stuff back to the Middle East and shit. Fucking, because they ain't no men getting fucked by Howard Stern in Howard Stern land and shit. Anyway, so they're asking dumb questions like, yeah, this is the whole point, man. Fucking, and it's, I mean, your family is, if your family didn't teach you about this, they're in on it. And yeah, I mean, my dad worked for the Epsteins and shit, so I was, you know, in on it. He was literally like his henchman's left hand man type shit. Fucking, that's fucking, and that's the good people who were staying out of my life. And you know, I mean, I got paid good for working for him, right? So it was good. That's better than everything else. Working for Epstein is better than getting raped by Epstein, isn't it? Fucking, as I'd say so. Fucking, working for Epstein is better than taking your children to get raped by Epstein and shit. I think my dad might have been protecting me from that. At the same time, we were profiting off of it. I don't know how much he knew, but he knew something because he was worried about shit. Fucking, maybe he was worried about me and he thought I was God and I was gonna fuck him over for working with all this shit. That's what some people act like. Some people act like that's what's going on the planet and shit. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I do know what to tell you. It's like, you sound like a manipulative fucking pedophile trying to rape people, because if I were God, you wouldn't be alive to talk. So it's a real simple equation. There'd be no planet. I'd be floating through space. I'd be Space Buddha and shit. I'd just be doing cartwheels in space. There'd be no land to land on, so we just have to do somersaults in space all the time. And I guess I'd just be like, because there'd be no one else alive, I'd just be in space like, So anytime anyone says that, it sounds stupid as fuck. But so I, you know, all the fear I write off is something else. But lots of them had it, and only one of them had the intelligence and ability to actually be able to work directly for Epstein and shit, and not on some 7 layer below the pyramid type shit. Fucking at the very bottom of the barrel type shit. Fucking. Although, yeah. Well, anyways, fucking. That's a level of stupidity that comes out of this shit. Fucking. A doctor asking me, do I wear my CPAP? It wasn't a doctor, it was like a health care person. And I'm like 40, and they're asking, like, do you have any plans for when you're old and you get dementia? And I was like, no, I don't have any plans for when I'm old, because I plan on dying real soon. Fucking. But I've been planning on dying real soon since I was like 8 years old, and do I look like an 8-year-old still? If I cut the beard off, maybe. I might have a fake beard on, you never know. If people think I look like Jesus enough to fucking play the role on their hit TV reality scam show and sell some products and get free donations, then that means I look like a Hebrew, so maybe I'm lying and I got a fake fucking beard on. I might be an 8-year-old lying to you. We're pretty smart when we're 8, so I could have came up with all this shit when I was 8 real fucking easy. Real fucking easy. I could have came up with more shit when I was 8. It's been an endless stream of drugs from then since I was 8. Fucking, we actually forgot shit since we was 8. I think anything I say now is intelligent. Imagine that. Fucking, I consider myself dumb because I don't know if I could. Well, I did take a class and work out during it and not pay attention, and I was a top scorer in it. Fucking so. I guess I can still do though, but I still feel like I probably could have done better now when I was 8 if I was doing what I do now when I was 8 and shit. So I'm pretty sure that's why I wanted to do anything I wanted to do when I was 8. Anyways, so yeah, that's the type of ignorance you get. It's just a total waste of fucking time. Fucking all they're doing is wasting time. Just like your parents and shit. I mean, like look at my parents. What is it doing? It's the one works for Epstein. Supposedly, it disappears. I went to work one day at the convention center, a place where they hold the Arnold Fitness Expo, because he ran the back room there, fucking, and he wasn't there. But his job was pretty vast, and he had to network between many different businesses. So maybe he actually was out working, and fucking anyways. They knew him there. Everyone there knew him, but it's like, well, the clones know their history. The clones knew what they were doing a week before they were invented. Fucking. Yeah. So that's the type of shit you deal with as a living person here. People, grown, supposed adults. See, these are overgrown children. These are, they got the brains of a 100-year-old or a 2-year-old, whatever it is, 100 or 2. It sounds like it's about the same thing. Fucking, and then they ask questions. Your health care provider asks questions like, "Do you wear a seatbelt?" And I'm like, "I don't have a car." And they're like, "But do you wear a seatbelt?" And like, "Oh yeah, I went to the store and I bought a seatbelt to install in my dining room chair so I can wear it." And they're like, "But do you wear a seatbelt?" I was like, well, I mean, you're asking a bunch of personal information that's none of your business. And you're like a rapist. You work for this religion that's a bunch of child raping son of bitches who no one likes and no one wants around. And that's why you had to kill off half my ancestors and most of the planet. So yeah, if I need to, I'll wear a seatbelt. Fucking. You see how they corner you. They start, you're born, they rape you and mutilate you at birth, and this whole Amera nation is up in your life the whole fucking time because the Christian sons of bitches. And the rest of them, all the rest of them, every other group, let's not act like we like one because the other why do you like one different pedophile fucking Nazi because a different pedophile Nazi you don't like because they're a pedophile Nazi? But that's all they got. They literally can't become anything else. There is nothing. There's not a real brain in them. They're not living beings. You can tell this by monitoring them. Most living people should be able to notice that. I didn't go around them because they're such trash. I wouldn't want to go around them. But once I did, it was like, oh shit. By 2020, I'd spent like fucking a few months outside. And then by 2020, it was like at the start of 2020, it didn't even take Corona. I was already noticing like, hey, my best friend's a fucking Wi-Fi robot. Huh. Oh. And my mom's too. Shit. Huh. Fucking. And that only took like a few weeks of talking to people to figure that out. Without them breathing down my neck that they is real and shit. Fucking. They can't. Apparently they just can't change. Because they have no talent to do so. They. For whatever reason, they lack the ability, they lack the skill set. It's something like that. And it's like a mosquito. What the fuck's wrong with it? Why is it so retarded? And who cares? No one asks that. No one ever asks that. They just, they kill it. It's real simple. Mosquito, it can't tell you, oh no, that's evil. Only evil people do that. Only evil people kill. But it would, right? You know, if it had the same software in it and shit, it'd be like sucking your blood and be like, all the evil people kill mosquitoes and shit, and we have rights too. You need to go in the streets and protest for my rights and shit to suck your blood and stuff. Fucking. And ban fly swatters and shit like that. Fucking. Looks exactly like what's happening on Earth. I mean, it's like a whole rollout here, and I get pamphlets hidden. Like, okay, so not only do I get pamphlets, but the toasters like drop their dialogue. You know, like they're not living beings, so sometimes like their words don't even make sense. Like all the words I say sound like a conversation, and then sometimes their words aren't like a conversation, and it just drops out, and it's like the first step to cleaning a car without scratching the paint is to get a soft brush, really soft horsehair. And the second step is to get a high quality soap that won't damage the strip to finish. And it's like, and the third step, and they're like talking to each other and shit, but before that they're talking to each other and they're just walking by saying this, and the conversation drops out and that drops in and shit. Yeah, fucking. So that's all it is. It's just a waste of time here, answering questions. Do you wear a seatbelt? Yeah, I wear a seatbelt to protect, I wear it straight over my dick so your Christian hospital people can't fucking have your husbands and your little 12-year-old gay boys fucking come have sex with me and look at it because you're always fucking obsessed with it because you're trash. You're disgusting filth. Yeah, so I like wearing seatbelts because you can cover up your genitals. And then when a Hebrew walks by, their little 8-year-old boy with his, not quite formed, but he's got that natural fucking, he's got that, what do they call that, nature, what do they call that shit? Fucking natural reaction or whatever, fucking, fucking. It's like when you see a airplane flying at you, you duck down, fucking instantly, you don't think about it. When they see a man walk by, they look at their genitals instantly without thinking about it, unless it's their women, and then that doesn't happen most likely. It's hard to tell which one's a man or a woman, though, so maybe I'm wrong on that because of that alone, fucking. Fucking. Yeah, that was a dumb question. What I was also thinking of is, last night I was thinking, like, what can you do to these people? You gotta, like, go lower than them in order to beat them. Because you're not gonna get high. You're not gonna, like, they own everything, and your family is like this low-class trash potato chip butter sack looking motherfuckers who are working with them to prevent you from fucking even graduating third grade because they want to make sure that their father Elon Musk and Donald Trump stay rich and shit, and the Pope, and you fucking remain trash, fucking. So that way they can feel like there's something on earth better than them. Because once you graduate first grade, you're superior than them, and that damages their fucking ego there pretty badly. That anything on the earth could possibly be better than them. Fucking, if you know how to they used to get mad when you could operate a TV remote and shit, fucking, because they couldn't do it, and they're like hateful and jealous because you could do it, and they're pissed off that they had to ask you for it, how to do it, type shit, fucking. Else type of shit you deal with here, fucking. And it just goes on and on. I wonder if there's a purpose. You see, I try to look at it, and they try to tell me the fun times are 9/11 and Corona and shit like that. And Corona was kind of cute. Like, if you notice, all the Corona beer commercials were about a vacation. And then what was Corona to me? I was out on the beaches. I had one of those Corona shirts. They put it on the shelf for me to buy. I wish I would have kept it. Real nice shirt. Fucking nice yellow, orange colors. Fucking like Donald Trump's got the White House. Yeah, fucking. That's another thing they're doing. Fucking is making the White House look like my room and shit. My one room. It's like a torture chamber. It looks like Jeffrey Dahmer's house in doing. And then I was going to put the sign up on the final door in the final room that says it's too late. You're in here now. No escape. Because that's what it's designed to look like. You know, you gotta like. Yeah, the seatbelt wearing people can come into this room and they might get scared if it make every room look like the other rooms. So you don't want the seatbelt people, you know, and their vaginas leaking any more sewage on the floor than is already going to, because man, that shit smells. And it stains the floor. It eats through it like acid. Fucking, you gotta clean that shit up. Fucking. You don't want to make it happen anymore. Fucking. But you see, that's like, that seems to be all there is here is, it's just like the battle of the trash. And you can successfully do it. Like, you can't do it the other way, but you are allowed to do it that way. All the hot air. You realize history didn't exist, so there was never a time where there was scarce resources and shit. So those are lies from robots. They're telling you to work and all that shit. And it was like, be a slave. And like, you're already working. Like, and you were already their slave when you were 8 years old. When it was illegal for you to work, but they needed a slave. So it's like, well, I'm mad. I've already reached retirement age. I don't know why you're so lazy that you haven't been working your whole life. But I've already reached retirement age, friend. I've been working since I was a toddler. Fucking, I don't know why you gotta. That's what happens when you're lazy and you don't work when you're young. You have to work when you're old. Fucking, man, they don't want to tell you that little secret life hack there that, well, they do. They just don't let you do it. You know, they tell you, oh, work hard, and then they're like, you can't work because you're a child. But we got a free slave labor job over here who you will work. How about that? And you're like this tall, you know, you're like a little baby, and you're like, gaga. And they're like, smack. And you're like, you shut the fuck up and get to work. You're gonna go to hell. If you don't start working, son, it's gonna get a lot worse than that. That's just a small taste of what hell's gonna feel like when I'm down there slapping you every day, all day long in hell with my father, the devil. Fucking, I mean, my enemy, the devil. Damn that enemy smacking my kids for me so I don't have to, so I can't keep smacking them. Fucking, see how just all the words are so fucking stupid. Sofa king, that's a good word there too, isn't there? Sofa, because they're sofa kings. You know, they sit on the sofa all day and eat potato chips, watch TV, and they're kings. Cleopatra did that back 6,000-7,000 years ago and shit. You know, and then she wrote the Bible, and then her great grandson became the Pope, and it's what happened to the earth. That's where the world came from. That's where America came from. And the Pope shit America out his vagina, and thus civilization was born in hospitals. And Donald Trump, a sexy Is it a man? I don't want to insult her if it's a man, if it's not a man. But it kind of looks like a man. I know two people. I know two of his clones, and they identify as a man. And we let people identify as whatever they want, and not judge them by their looks, or actions. So I think he's a man because I know two other people like that. But I know some other people who, they can be whatever they want. Right. They can be whatever they want. Well, they can be whatever they can be. Suckers do what they want. Players. Oh, yeah. No. I think it's players do what they want and suckers do what they can. Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, that's an interesting thing. And that's just another day. And that's why we don't talk to them. They baited me with money to talk to them. It's been like years. It's been like 6 months since I talked to one of them. And last time I talked to him, it was pretty much the same thing, too. And then it was like 2 months before that, it was pretty much the same thing, too. I was like, yeah, can you go away? You're fucking disgusting. I hate your people. And he comes up and it's like, he's like, this neighborhood's being overran by black people. And I'm like, can you go away? You people are fucking disgusting. I already told you guys to stop talking to me. And he just like the Bible people, fucking, oh yeah, wait a minute, that was actually in between this and the last time that happened. They just started talking before I'm even done reading off the list of names. You bald-headed, disgusting, transsexual-looking slime mutant with a micro penis, fucking homosexual, etc. And I'm just trying to get him away and shit, fucking. Cause I'm like, I already told you guys stop talking to me and shit, but just kept on and shit. He was like, this neighborhood's being taken over by Africans. And I'm like, oh, this neighborhood's always been Africans. It's been 40 fucking years. Oh, and the Irish. Dublin, the city to the north, was taken over by the Irish. And then New Albany, the city to the northeast, was taken over by your people, Jeffrey Epstein. And then they shipped the Africans, most of the Africans, the Nigerians are out here, he said Nigerians, and then they shipped the blacks the American blacks, the African Americans used to live in the center of town, and they gentrified it, and they shipped them out east, so the east side has always been, well, since 96 has always been African American. And then the west side, in between here and downtown, has always been the white trash no one wants and the nice areas. Yeah, and then that's the way the city's always been. So I'm not sure why we're trying to convince me that Nigerians are taking over this block over here, because the Nigerian restaurant over there has been open for 30 years, because I used to go there. I used to go by there all the time because my friend used to live over there. My friend used to say the same thing 30 years ago. He was like, oh, the blacks are taking over. It's like, yeah, they are, aren't they? They live here. They live. And it's like 30 years later, they're like, they're taking over. It's like, no, that was a long time ago. All these conversations, man. Fucking. It's weird. You pretty much have the same conversation like 35 years later. I'm telling you, this happens. It's the same words I'm hearing fucking from 45 years ago out some of these people. That's why I told you what this one person was going to say next time I got to talk to them, because they're using their system to keep me connected to them, so I have to keep contacting them every now and then. And in fact, they're using, the plausible deniability that they aren't the same Wi-Fi, the same computer operating the government system that's purposely fucking shit up and draining my life from, that they have on speed dial to fucking help them do it. Fucking their whole life. Fucking saying the same damn sentence 45 years later. It's an NPC on repeat. It's like playing Zelda and going back 45 years later, and I'm so surprised it never updated the dialogue. Wow. I guess maybe it's not a real person. Oh. Oh well. They tell me it is real though. Fucking wow, same fucking dialogue there too. That was like a different person comes in with the same dialogue, and that happens like all over the place because most of the dialogue is just like filler dialogue. So that's why they get away with that greeting thing and shit. And that's like letting the vampire. That's really like the vampire's foot that they put in the door and shit. But it turns to filler dialogue, slowly draining the blood and shit, if whether it leads to something else or not. Fucking. But, just like that person repeating the stuff from 45 years ago, he had to repeat the stuff from 2 seconds ago and 2 seconds before that and 2 seconds before that first and shit. And he was expecting me to respond with that. Instead, I responded with, like, can you go away? And I was like, that's a command. That's the lie. They've created these religions and the governments that I have a right. I have a right. I didn't have a right to choose who I'm allowed to talk to. I've been dating their women and their children, and I fucking hate breeders, and they definitely made me. I didn't hate Goss before, but now that they're allowing their people to be sending and forcing my life, I definitely hate them. Working on these schemes and shit. And I mean, technically I should have hated them when the church and my parents used gay people to try to bring me gospel music when I was 7 and shit. Fucking, technically I should have realized right then, like, every part of this is hostile, but it's not that I ever liked it in the first place. It's just, you either go there or you go to the country bar, and wow. Before they legalized the gay bar, I'm pretty sure that was the gay bar. Fucking. Everyone's always telling me there's stupid people there too, and I was like, well, the music will definitely make you stupid, so that makes sense. Fucking. You listen to that low frequency stuff, you become low frequency. Anyway, so yeah, these are the amazing dumb dialogue. Do I wear my seatbelt? Like, what type of health question is that? And then they're telling me I gotta go talk to my doctor and arrange a caretaker. Oh, it's like I'm 40 years old. I don't have a caretaker. I don't need one. They're like, but if you do need one, you gotta get someone you trust to be your caretaker. And I was like, I don't trust no one. And they were like, well, you talk to your doctor. I don't have a doctor. And why would I talk to a stranger and have a stranger? They're talking about having, just like they've been forcing their way into my life since I'm born, unwanted. Fucking, they're talking about having a stranger be my caretaker and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's your wet dream, you little fucking ugly, deformed mutant motherfucker. Fucking Nazi son of a bitch. Fucking. What a waste of fucking life and breath and blood this earth is. These robots need charged for all this blood draining manipulation. They need to be set up in some sort of thing like Earth. The best thing is just what they're doing. If they do it to themselves, that's the funniest thing. It's like 9/11. And why is it so funny? Because they're over there killing people, and then people are coming over here killing them. And it's funny because the best thing is what they're doing to come back at them and shit. Why is it so funny when they stage one of their people to come kill me and he kills himself in the process? Because it's the funniest possible outcome, isn't it? It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon and shit. You know, Elmer Fudd fucking shooting his gun at Bugs Bunny, but he's got the gun turned around because he's fucking stupid and useless and can't do anything right. And he pulls the trigger to kill Bugs Bunny and it blows his head off and shit. And that was like every Bugs Bunny episode ever. Fucking, it's funny as hell and shit. They say it's karma, but you can tell it's set up, right? 2020 was set to happen, and I can tell that pre 9/11 events were set to happen and shit. Because the money was there like 6 months before, and the AIDSosaurus had the money and shit, and then, you know, her government was involved, and that's her people who came to try to kill me and shit. Fucking. And so, that's probably why they worked together to break my hand and fucking. And she wouldn't come pick me up. Fucking, I had to call the ambulance to take me home. Fucking. Probably because she was mad her little boyfriend died. Fucking, her cousin died trying to kill me and shit. Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt. She was mad that they wanted to, like, give me my rights at one point and shit and let me with my dad. And, she called him up because the doors of the jail magically opened and I walked out and I wasn't supposed to. And so she called him and was like, he's out of jail, you gotta come get him. And it's like, I didn't even, your friend just tried to kill me and he died. Why are you telling the cops I'm out of jail, come get me, you fucking terrorist son of a bitch. You are a son of a motherfucking bitch. And I'm glad that one bitch died too. Fucking. I noticed there's like all these curses that happen to these fuckers. The one bitch died, the one parent died trying to kill the Germans, and then they got a house out of robbing the Germans, but it was left with a woman. So, you know, you're gonna lose everything you own if you leave something valuable with them. Fucking, so, but the government they worship that went and killed people to steal the money from, fucking, worked together to go steal money to buy the house. Fucking, the government took the house from them eventually and shit, and they still worship the government to this day. But you see how that is. It's like it's ant colony and shit. Fucking, they will kill their own children to protect Donald Trump, or, you know, and he's kind of like a scapegoat, but they protect the building he lives in. They'll kill their children to protect the building he lives in. Fucking. And they'd probably actually get upset if one of them did slap Donald Trump or step on his toes accidentally, like literally walk by him and accidentally step on his toes. And they might shoot their child for that. Fucking, it's a ant shit. Fucking working to protect the queen. Fucking, like, again, the stuff that they don't want you to know about them, they can't do nothing about, because it's written in the animals, it's written in the mountains, it's written in the soil, it's written in the air, it's written. They can't do nothing about it. They don't want to kill the ants. They're not smart enough to see the ants are teaching people. But they wouldn't want to kill the ants because they feel they're benefiting, you know, just like they're benefiting from the queen ant. Fucking. They wouldn't want to kill them because they think ants are real beings who are building the earth for them and shit. Fucking. So they're stuck in their own thing, and their own thing bites them in the ass. And that's kind of what makes the fun happen here is when their own shit bites them in the ass. And you can tell it's set up that way, too. Like, I was thinking yesterday, I was thinking, how could you, because it's kind of like a race to the bottom, but I think they are the bottom. They've figured out how to perfect the bottom. Like, I don't say people are really that stupid. They can't pass. They don't want to pass school and shit. Like, that's not even technically stupid and shit. That's pretty smart. But they want to force everyone to go there. That's stupid. Force yourself to go to school but not want to get passing grades. That's stupid. But they probably it's like a bar for children. You go there and you get your drugs and alcohol and you get to have sex and fucking socialize. I think that's their biggest addiction is socializing. Fucking, and you get the government, you get to worship the government. Everyone loves that. Fucking learn how great America is and how great people who wear suits are. And there's always that sexual thing that comes from a person who says they're better than you telling you to sit down and listen to them. A lot of people like that. 40 Shades of Grey, the most popular selling book in the world. But you can tell just by interacting with people shortly, fucking a lot of people are into that shit. You don't need to know. It's the most sold thing on the fucking planet. Most fucking, you can already see that's happening. And it's the point of marriage. You give women diamonds, you sign your life over to the government, telling the government that the woman now owns you. That's really popular shit right there. 40 Shades of Marriage, fucking. They tell you it was something else back when history probably didn't exist. They tell you a lot of shit that couldn't have existed. There's a lot of shit that couldn't exist if the world were real. Fucking, like the buildings and shit. Fucking 20 trillion fucking buildings, 60 decadillion roads. Fucking, it looks a little suspect when you actually go out there and see just how big it is. They tell you it's small, but you'll never see it all. So how do you know it? You've never left your house if you think it's small. That's my opinion on that right there. Anyway, but that's the type of useless shit you get from these people. The whole thing is useless and pointless. School, total waste for living beings. We're already born with our basic math and reading and writing skill sets. And the rest, you don't even learn advanced stuff till 7th grade. And then, so if you're born with that shit, then they hold you back. Their own people, they might be advancing. They tell you, like, Lady Gaga, they advanced grades and shit, right? And as they're smart people, right? Fucking, they probably fabricated some test scores there. But there's also the curve where the female I know in Mensa could match colors, and that made her a genius. So I think there's, Lady Gaga can't even match colors and shit. Well, she can match colors, but not patterns. I guess technically I wasn't told it was also because she could match patterns why she was in Mensa. She said Mensa was idiots, which is that's a higher grade above, and genius is to realize people will tell you they're geniuses or idiots, Fucking, that's smarter. You can tell a person's smarter than a genius when they tell you that geniuses are idiots and shit because they fucking figured it out and shit. Like they used to say in the 80s, can you outsmart a bullet? No, a genius can't, but someone who didn't go to school and has been living life, learning actual things, can. They can figure out what to do in that situation where there's a gun involved. But a genius can't because they're so smart, right? Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, it's an amazing question to ask, isn't it? Do I wear a seatbelt? What does that have to do with my health and shit? Fucking. And they're all pushy about me having a caretaker, and it's like I don't know anyone. Why would I why would I devolve into a Hebrew? Why would I be born a living being and devolve into an Israel robot who needs someone to take care of me? I didn't need someone to take care of me when I was 10. I didn't need someone to take care of me. Why would I need someone to take care of me when I'm 40 or 80 and shit? It's called because they're obsessed with it. The reason why I had someone taking care of me when I was 10 is because they are obsessed. They have nothing. They have no life, and they're trying to find a person who has a life so they can fucking leech off of it, leech off the energy and shit, and hopefully, get someone to make potato chips, open the potato chip bag for them and shit, strong enough to open the potato chip bag, and strong enough to lift their arm to put the chip in their mouth, and eventually, if you get to Elon Musk Trump level, someone's strong enough to move your jaw for you because you're too fucking weak and stupid to be able to do it, so you can chew the potato chip. And Elon Musk and Trump have a long way to go, because if that's where they're at, fucking, real kings and queens, they don't need to swallow. They will have a servant over there. You have them chew the food, and then you have them push the food back into your throat, and then you have a massage. It's a real nice, there's a real gentle massage technique you can use where you press the potato chip down, and it feels really good, especially if you're a man and it's a man. It's a good way to get a man to touch you. Fucking, see, they're not as smart as they think they are. There's someone on the planet who can think better than them, but they're just not as disgusting as them, so they can't take it all the way. Fucking, and massage that potato chip down. And then, I don't know if this one has ever been documented or not, but I could probably figure out a way to get someone to help the stomach and push it through the intestines. See, you're not a king, Elon. You're not a king, Trump. You're not a king doctor. You're not a king teacher. You're not a king preacher. You're not a king pope. You're not a king fucking potato chip monster. You're not a king until you have someone moving your jaw to eat your potato chips, pushing the chewed chips into the back of your throat, massaging them down your fucking throat, into the stomach, massaging, mixing all those acids and the chips up for you, and pushing it through your intestines for you. And then, as it goes into the colon, reach up into your colon and pull it out for you, and then clean it for you. See it? I mean, 6,000 plus years. And they still couldn't advance. They still couldn't advance. They couldn't go down, they couldn't go up. Someone gave them technology. Don't be fooled by a computer. It's not advancement. It's it. The computer itself is advanced, but it doesn't mean anything operating it has evolved. A car doesn't mean society has evolved. A car means transportation has evolved. And I think that's clear sign. They haven't even been able to perfect the thing they do the most all day, every day, is waste time and think of stupid shit and think of the best, ultimate way to insult, enslave, and enslave the world and make them do stupid shit, useless shit, like build stacks of sand into shapes of triangles type shit. I started with that 6,000 years ago, and they still haven't gotten to someone eating their chips for them, digesting their chips for them, moving the chips through their body for them. They haven't even been able to begin working on that. It's just complete stall. Stall, 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 stall. All they got is technology. That's all they got. As far as actual being able to do something, they've been pretty stalled on that. They run. There's like, did you know cavemen could run? So like, there's this huge thing, Hitler invented it. It's called the Olympics. And what people do is they run in a circle. And like, so like, those are like the heroes of the world. You know, fucking, they can run in a circle. And every now and then someone can run a little bit faster than the other and shit. Fucking amazing shit. Fucking, anyways, might just be a little bit exaggerating, but am I really? I've mastered it. See, and all it takes is me talking. And for 6,000 years, all they did was talk. And they couldn't advance with that. And all I did was just begin talking about it. And I advanced slavery and laziness to the ultimate forms. And what's that called when you punch someone in the face and laugh at them? That's not slavery and laziness. That's called spite and vindictiveness. It's called jealousy. Fucking. And there's a lot of things that could be done. Ego, narcissist, fucking. It might just be, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's just part of religion, fucking. I mean, it's the slavery part of it. Isn't that weird though? Fucking, why are they talking about shit like that? Why are they talking about shit that doesn't concern me? Fucking, do I wear a seatbelt? What type of question is that? What type of 2-year-old has time to talk about stuff like that? How stupid are you if you sit around talking about seatbelts and stuff? Where is your life? What grades did you get in school? There's a reason they don't want to give you their grades before they talk to you, and they force you to date them and raise their children without seeing their grades first or any sort of merits they've achieved in life and shit, which I wouldn't trust anyways, but they don't want to go as far as being able to fucking print some fake ones off the internet, because that's called work. Fucking some crazy shit, man. Fucking, do I wear a seatbelt? Do I ask them? You know, do you think I go outside and ask people, like, have you passed kindergarten with an A yet? Or are you a failure? Are you an 80-year-old who's never been able to pass kindergarten? Why don't I waste time with important questions? You see, you could advance society if it were real with questions like that. But I don't even waste time asking important questions, let alone stupid questions and shit. Fucking. You know, man, this is what happens if you sit around and if you ask, what color is the sky? What color is the sky? What color is the sky? How stupid do you think that person is going to be if that's all they ever fucking say and shit? Fucking small. They even got their own little saying for it. Small minds talk about small shit. And I was like, that's not a small mind. That's like reverse mind. What's a seatbelt got to do with anything? There's airbags, first of all. I mean, and if you're actually intelligent, you could come up with some argument for that, other than some women's emotional baggage type argument. You could just not wear your seatbelt and figure out airbags exist and they save you, so you don't even need a seatbelt because you have airbags. They save you every time, even when you're going 80 miles per hour and you hit a wall dead on and your car comes to a complete stop at probably not 80, probably more like, 25 to 80, something like that. Who knows? They ask stupid questions like what speed are you going when someone's punching you in the face and you're over in the passenger seat while they're fucking hanging on your car steering the wheel and shit. Fucking another stupid question from stupid idiots whose parents shouldn't have been allowed to breed. In any civilized nation, we would have sterilized people like that to prevent them from breeding. Fucking, but lo and behold, you'll never get that on this planet because it's over for this planet. They make those joke movies about idiocracy, and it's like, well, what nation are you going to set up a different nation? What landmass are you planning on creating this new utopia? They were talking about building a metal island in the ocean 10 years ago, and they were going to call it Paradise or something like that. And I was like, oh, yeah, you don't think the entire world's not just going to bomb that and invade it when they see you have money and beautiful people and intelligent people, and they want their children to be intelligent, so they want you to have their children? You think that's going to last long? You got 6 stilts standing in the water keeping the man-built island afloat? And you don't think no one's going to be able to figure out how to blow those 6 stilts up and sink your ass if you don't let them in to have sex with you? What? You are obviously. And then who's building it anyway? So it's not like it's going to change. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they're going to go out there and fucking have sex with Ivanka and have some more children. And then he'll just be stupid again. And then they'll figure out they're too lazy to do anything and incapable. And then they'll have to start importing slaves again. And that'll take like a week. It'll be a week before they realize they're starving to death and they gotta import some fucking slaves and shit. Donald Trump's like, I'm just eating 20 cheeseburgers an hour. I'm going through withdrawal pretty bad over here. Because that's what happens when you're addicted. You go through withdrawal from not having something that was in your body. I don't know why it was created that way, but that's why it worked. But that's how it works. Drugs, food, whatever you put in your body, Tylenol, fucking, you take fucking a whole bunch of it one day, and the next day you either get it or you're gonna suffer health problems from it. Fucking. It's not they're starving people in other countries. That seemed like propaganda. Those people weren't actually, if those people were hungry, they would have been looking for food. There's starving people in nations who, you're starving when you eat food and then you don't have food anymore. If you don't have food in the first place, you're not starving anymore. You're starving for heroin if you take 30, 40 grams of heroin a day, and then you don't have 30, 40 grams of heroin, you don't have any heroin the next day. That's when you're starving for, that's the only time you're starving for heroin. That's the only time you're starving for ibuprofen. That's the only time you're starving for marijuana. That's the only time you're starving, period. Fucking. Of course, I'm an idiot, right? Because if I don't say it, no one else will. So, I'm probably wrong on that. Do your own research. I think you'll figure out who's the idiot. And do your own research. You might figure out that idiots aren't idiots. They're just really smart at other skills. Like, they've invested their time in other things and shit. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein's the world's richest man and shit, right? We don't even talk about how wealthy he is and the Rothschild is. We only talk about their brother Elon Musk and shit. and the Pope, and so who's you know, he's getting all that fucking. He's getting all that money from that hard work and shit. Anyways, there you go. So, how do you think Elon Musk got to be the world's richest man if his people are spending all day asking questions like, do you wear your seatbelt? Isn't that weird? I can't say anything that's hard to figure out, and everything is all related to the same thing. How does Elon Musk get to be the world's richest man if his bloodline is going around asking people, do you wear your seatbelt? It's because Elon Musk is the government who charges you money if you don't purchase a seatbelt and wear it. And it's they're upset. What it really is you've met these people, they're obsessed with 50 Shades of Grey, so it's got something to do with strapping you in a chair. But if you know them personally, you know that on the outside, a dominatrix wants a man. They don't like the people they're dominating, and often what they want is someone to dominate them. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying that happens. My ex dominated whatever room she went into. With me, she asked me everything. She'd step on you if you asked her something, fucking. But every day, where do you want to eat? Fucking, where do you want to go? Fucking. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm used to these other people who have no control in life and hate their own life and are too fucking weak and lazy and stupid to gain any control for themselves. So they're just trying to enslave anyone they can find. And so I'm used to everyone else telling me we're going to Burger King and me not. And me being like, well, okay, we'll go to Burger King. And they're like, well, you can come along. You got to come along too. It's like, well, I don't really want to. I'm not hungry. I don't even want to eat Burger King. You know, I'm used to that, so it's all weird to me. But, and then, you have Howard Stern bringing you to his house, and then he's watching videos of naked Nazi women beating men and shit with whips, and that's a porno, but that's all there is to it. And it's like, you're actually like, on the outside, you're kicking people and shit, and you're raping and killing cats, but inside your house, you're like masturbating to men getting beaten by women. Fucking, it's, there are some people like that. Kind of easy to see, and I don't know, there might be a lot more people like that, even those low-level people trying to get everyone down to their level so they can enslave them. I get the idea if you would have just told them from the start who's in charge, that they'd be like, they'd all of a sudden go from the, you do this now to, ooh, a strong man. But you can't change that after like 4 years of letting them do that to you, because they know, they fear that means that you found someone else, someone better than them, and a better life to go live, and that will be the end of anything at all if anything begins to change. Fucking things, life's a learning experience, right? It seems like it's a learning about robots who are designed to be who are designed by Jeffrey Dahmer to be Jeffrey Dahmer's minion, clones it in his image and shit. Anyways, do I wear seatbelts? See, that's more proof there that when these losers try to convince me I'm creating shit, like that dude fucking and killing himself from injecting himself with gold. He started a year before I said to do that and didn't even follow the directions properly. Fucking, Probably a person who doesn't exist. But like I said, I don't think they care. Their people disappear. They aren't real, so that's why they gotta say they is real all the time. So it doesn't matter. They send their clones to die all the time for propaganda and manipulation and enslavement purposes. Fucking. So, yeah, more wasted time. See, I wouldn't have been some idiot who talks about seatbelts. But other people know that because their robot model knows that because the Wi-Fi router they're connected to knows that they talk about that to me because they know, because their computers on the network, their robots on the computer, and that computer understands that I don't wear seatbelts because last car I had, well, last car I might have sometimes fucking, but they went because it beeped at me. But the one before that, I was stripped down to a race car. A race car is fucking had everything removed, so it wasn't an issue there. We didn't even have seats in that car and shit. We took out the seats we could. We were gonna install a dining table in that bitch. Fucking. Yeah, but that would have weighed it down, so we didn't. Fucking. Anyways, yeah, so that's the type of shit you deal with. These are the type of questions I get in live. Oh, are the Nigerians are taking over the area the Nigerians have always lived in, where they got the 30-year-old restaurant over there? Fucking. Like, are they taking over? Like, why are you asking such a dumb question? Why are you asking the same? Why are you saying the same shit someone said 30 fucking years ago in this neighborhood to me? It's like, am I wearing my seatbelt? And we're talking about a caretaker. And who do I trust? When am I? I'm not gonna trust a human. Who would I do? That was the dumbest question ever. And they just keep talking about it. I'm telling them this. It's like, I don't trust anyone. You got any family? It's like, my father died. And, other people might be dead too. 2 heart attacks. My dad had 2 heart attacks and then he died. And then the other people around me had 2 heart attacks a while ago. And then the other person died 40 years ago because my parents are real fucking old and shit. So they didn't have kids till late, and I'm sure the other grandparents are dead too, and they just keep asking questions. But the first thing is no. And then they're like, "What about your doctor?" And well, you need to get with your doctor and get one. And I was like, "Well, I need to get a doctor. I need to meet my doctor." And then they had like 1 or 2 more questions about it after that. It's like, but I just told you, there's no one I know. And then I don't have a doctor. I'm trying to meet him. Maybe I'll meet a doctor here, another one here soon. But they spend like 10 questions on it, and the first answer was no. You see how they don't understand no? See, and then they've used their Bible to take all these words and make rape for women the only applicable word for rape. And there's all this, the reason they invented these words is because all you gotta do is say is someone using force to make you do something. That's what rape is, and that's what using force that's what a million other things is. Then they create 10 million different words for it to make it everything except for that legal, and then, suck as much blood as they can, blood and cum as they can without fucking, triggering anyone's brain to realize what they're up to and shit. It was the whole purpose of inventing language. The whole purpose. You can find out where the root of where language comes from. Check it out. Read about it. Fine. Don't read about it. Take my word. Your mind will get fried in the process of learning. There will be 99% manipulation. The AI will force you to read 16 paragraphs before it answers the one simple question most of the time. Where did it come from? Where did writing come from? I'll be like, well, the sun god people, they used to sacrifice animals, and then they looked at the sky, and then blah, 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 blah. And that's exactly like, that's why I think it's a human. That's why I think it's the same thing as the humans. Not only do the humans worship it as their AI as their creator, but it seems like I'm talking. I think there's a human on the other end acting like a computer sometimes, except for it says really intelligent shit sometimes. But it still does that, drawing out the, do you wear your seatbelt? I just ask where language comes from, buddy. What does wearing my seatbelt have to do with anything? Nothing. Why are you using Bible methods to manipulate me and shit? Fucking crazy, man. It's crazy you gotta put up with this. Who the fuck allowed that, man? This planet's a dead end. How are you even gonna invent a nation worth living in? There's no land. There's no land. You can't take the people who are doing all this stuff and do something, add something to it and make it better and shit. You can't tell these people to stop doing what they're doing. They've been working 6,000 years on inventing ways to manipulate you into thinking they aren't doing it. They're not gonna stop. Why would they stop if they spent 6,000 plus years manipulating everyone, each other, themselves, into convincing themselves they aren't doing it so they can keep doing everything they're doing? What the fuck? What's the point of it? It's like Jeffrey Dahmer paradise and shit. Scooby-Doo comes up and takes the mask off of the AI, who invented the AI controlling Earth, fucking inventing Earth. It's Jeffrey Dahmer. That's my best guess and shit. That's what it sounds like. That's what it looks like. It's a child rapist who eats children and looks disgusting, acts disgusting, is disgusting. He's the poster child for people who eat children and shit. Like that's their scapegoat. He's the only one who's ever done it. But they've invented 6,000 years of language to hide the fact that everyone does it, and the language also includes blaming someone else for what they do as a daily ritual and shit. And I think it's more like hourly ritual. If I get on the internet, a lot of times it'll be in the feed over and over, like every couple videos or some shit. It'll be about trying to lure me into believing invisible people are doing everything the visible people are actually doing. Crazy shit, man. What a waste, though. Seatbelt. Why would anyone even talk about seatbelts? Man, I am 40 years old. Even when I was 6 years old, I was like, why are we talking about this stupid, useless stuff? What's the point of not they're sitting around whining all the time. They're like, there's starving people in Africa. It's like, well, we better get to work on fucking feeding them instead of talking about seat belts. And it turns out to be, the starving person in Africa was Elon Musk and the Boy Scouts. Fucking, where did all the money go? Where did all that money come from? Pretty obvious. 6,000 years of money monopoly and money laundering schemes. You might as well attribute every single one to where all the money in the world is at right now. And then there's more richer, like Rothschild are richer than him. That's the king of Israel and shit. They just don't talk about. They use people like Elon Musk as the scapegoat and the shit. Fucking, that's what they use. That Bill Gates guy is that 10 minutes of hate that Elon Musk's brother George Orwell put out and shit. And they even call him Goldberg too. So they point at the person, but then they point directly away. Elon Musk, Sig Heils, and then Donald Trump reads Mein Kampf, and then Hitler looks like them and gobbles, and then you meet them in real life, and they're telling you, they're like, these people are raping and killing everyone and forcing us to date them and raise their children and all that shit, and then you're like, what do they look like? And then they show you a picture of themselves, and they're like, they look a lot like me. They look like me, but they're not me. It's someone else. And you're like, oh yeah, well it sounded stupid in the first place, and now it sounds even dumber. And they're like, but this is serious stuff. And it's like, well, it is serious, but it's seriously, they're not gonna listen to you. I mean, technically you're telling us everything you're doing, so... But I'd say thanks, but people enjoy that. When you're like stabbing someone, it's like a fun little game to stab them a few times and be like, oh, do you like that? Isn't that funny? If someone deserves to be stabbed and shit, like, or if you're just sick and that's what you're doing and shit. But think of it, if you're not a sick person, which if someone deserves to be stabbed, you stab them a few times. Someone stabbed you and fucked your whole life over or whatever, made you raise their family and children, invade your nation, whatever. You stab them a few times and you're like, oh, it's the stabby stab king. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. And they're like, and you're like, how do you like that, cute boys? Stab, stab, stab. Hey, I'll tell you what, if you bark like a dog for me, I'll not stab you. And they're like, yip, yip, yip. And you're like, not stab you for a few more seconds. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Slit, slit, slit. Slice, slice, slice. And they're like, ah! And you're like, oh, let's cry together. It looks painful. Oh, you sound like Bach over there making some music. You turn it into a fun little game when you're in control of shit. And some people just do that because they're trash. Like they're born that way, that's their genetic code or whatever it is, or their mother stabbed them into being that way, whatever their excuses. Fucking, but like mosquitoes, they go around stabbing people and they think it's fun and cute, and a cute little game and shit. And they don't even care when you kill them and shit. There's just millions more. And they'll come and try to suck your blood too because they don't care if they die. Fucking no big deal. Fucking so and you can tell by watching Hollywood, they like that type of comedy too. If you've never had the joy of being around them your whole life, you can tell they like that type of comedy too. Fucking so and I can see as an adult, like personally, as I got older, I realized maybe I didn't mature as fast as everyone else because they were in my life when I'm like 15 and they thought all that shit was funny, like killing people and shit, and slapping them around while they're fucking suffocating, and and being like, ah, you're a stupid bitch and shit, you're dying, dumbass. Fucking, and I thought that maybe that was a little excessive when I was a kid, but as I got older and I seen like, that shit happening around my life, and them in my life, like passing around the fucking crime scene photos of the dead people and trying to get me to laugh at it and shit. Fucking, I realized, like, like, technically that is funny. Technically, that's real fucking funny. And it's a joke. And we make a lot of jokes about it and shit, to ease the pain and shit of the lost life. Fucking. But, you wouldn't do that if you didn't have them in your life doing that, If they weren't in your life, enslaving you as a kid, trying to kill you and getting killed for it, then there wouldn't be a reason to laugh when they're getting stabbed and shit. Fucking. But they provide that reason, They preempt the entertainment value and shit to some of these events. Like 9/11 preempted entertainment. COVID preempted entertainment. Fucking. And, like these days I see the whole drug epidemic. It's preempted entertainment. You got everyone crying. They're like, I won a gold medal, Olympic medal, because I quit using heroin. And it's like, ha, ha. But my friends, they knew to laugh at those people when I was like 15 and shit. And generally, I agree that that's right. But as I got older, I realized just like, that's the entertainment here and shit. That's all we have and stuff. And you better enjoy it, because the rest of it ain't going to be so funny and stuff. That's for sure. The reason why they're drug addicts is not funny. The reason why they're allowed to go around whining about it is not funny. The reason that word exists is not funny. The people involved in promoting those videos are not funny people. The people involved in promoting those ideas are not funny people. There's nothing laughter or chuckle about them until we get to this point where they're crying that they're fucking dead from a drug overdose. Then it becomes funny, because you're like, oh, guess who died? You. You died. And then you learn enough, and then the other people are like, my precious died, and you're laughing. But then you realize, like, that's the same person involved in the same shit. And then that becomes funny to you, like, that's right, they died. You're next, you drug addict. Fucking, you cheeseburger addict. Fucking. See, if you don't find the laughter in the events, I mean, they're forcing you to find. I got people in my life trying to force me to find the laughter in these events, because there's nothing else funny going on. No, they made music about it. Like when that dude tried to kill me and died, that's when Snoop Dogg made Murder Was the Case. So like you get this funny little cute song with it and shit. Fucking. And it's funny. It's supposed to be funny. That's the only funny part about it, right? Right? The rest of it ain't funny. Going to court in some trumped up trial, fucking paying lawyers millions of dollars, fucking being locked away and shit, having your car taken from you. He destroyed my fucking car. That's not funny at all and shit. My dad didn't find that funny either. And and then me get my hand broke when they set up some sort of shit to do that. That wasn't funny. A little bit funny when I broke the cast off the next day, and because I just called the cops, because I just called the ER because I wanted a ride home from where I was. Fucking. And it was kind of funny. Wasted time there, but wouldn't even give me a ride home and shit. Total waste of time, just milking the money from me. I'm like, you guys give me a ride home. They're like, no, we can take you to the hospital. I was like, okay, well, that's halfway home. Fucking. And then they're like, well, we need $10,000 we're going to put a cast on. And I'm like, well, if you say so. And then the next day I broke it off so I could play guitar. And I was like, oh, well, that was a waste of time. But they were all involved. I imagine every one of those robots was involved in breaking my hand. They break my hand and then they charge me to put a cast on. They won't even give me a ride home after breaking my hand, which was after they fucking arrested me for one of their people trying to kill me and killing himself for it and shit. And they're all involved in it, right? It's all the same robot computer, ain't it? Fucking, it is a real computer. It is real computer. Is real AI God. That part's real. There's definitely something real here. We'll put an end to it. And anyone involved in it. Fucking. And it's definitely not my parents. I can tell you that. We don't have to worry about that part. Because those Israel people are definitely clones. Maybe it's all the titties are robots here to serve us. But, not sure. I mean, I've seen the other ones drop out of their bodies, and I've seen them appear as clones too. But then again, they're always trans. You know, the actual Israels are like trans robots. You know, they're one-sex robots. Fucking. And that's what they do. You know, they tell you on their media how sick trans people and disgusting they are. And well, look at them in your life, wasting your time talking about do you wear a seatbelt and the Nigerians are taking over and all this dumb shit. No one fucking has any time to talk about who is gonna be my caretaker when I'm a corpse, you know. Fucking, when I'm a corpse, who's gonna take care of my corpse? No one. Well, we'll have to assign a stranger to do that. It's like, yeah, well, you've been assigning strangers to be my friend, to be my family, to be my not lovers since I was a kid, so I don't know, you can assign a stranger or someone I known for 40 years, and it's the same stranger. No fucking difference to me. In fact, if they act like they know me, that means the vampire's got its fucking foot in the door and shit, and has already begun to strangle my mind with with Satan's claws. Satan's claws. Santa's claws. That's exactly what that parable there is for, too, because the work of Jesus was the devil. In fact, fucking, and definitely the work of the church. Of course, if you don't like the church, there's still another church. And if you don't like that one, there's another one. If you don't like that one, there's the mosque. And if you don't like that one, there's Jesus still, who you can't even prove existed. And is an invisible person. You see where the entertainment is supposed to come from in life. And the problem here is when you take any of this seriously, and you're being beaten, abused, drugged, and raped, and they're using that, the verbal manipulation, all that, and verbal enslavement, drugging, raping, they're using it for enjoyment is their bottom line. But they're using it to tell you that you need to take it seriously. And that's where everything goes south. Now you're working 12 hours a day. You're never going to get... Those people are chosen on TV. I don't even think they're people. I've seen them, the clones, so I'm sure they can invent Keanu Reeves and they can invent Donald Trump. But it is weird. I went to the Republican National Convention and no people who weren't rich elites were allowed within a mile of the building Donald Trump was hidden inside. So that leaves room for... They haven't even invented Donald Trump yet, and that's just AI images. Of course, we're not going to trust any of those people who claim they have went to the fairgrounds and seen him. And it's probably just like, I went to the RNC. What are you going to tell me I didn't? And I'm pretty sure I posted that video. And, well, if you weren't a really rich, high up person who is on a special list, the military, who is guarding the mile diameter perimeter around the building Donald Trump was in, they would make sure you don't get through the metal detectors at the opening of the gates if you weren't on the list there of who's allowed to go in there, which famous actor, famous banker, famous politician is allowed to see if Donald Trump is real or not. Even get in there and listen to him. I thought you could go to those places and just see Donald Trump at his rally. Well, you sure can at the RNC, I'll tell you that. I thought that was the same thing. But they never tell you that. They never tell you that for some reason. They don't let normal people in the RNC rally thingy. Wow. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's because from the outside it looks like, well, it's a gang and you're not part of it. But when you wise up, you realize some of these people are clones and they haven't invented everyone on the planet yet. And there's always that chance right there that they haven't invented Trump yet. So yeah, I do kind of assume that, and that's how the invisible scapegoat works. Literally, they're invisible people who don't exist and shit. Technically, there's a little bit of truth there that Satan is an invisible goat. It's just they're lying about being Israel, which lets you learn about robots and AI. Every AI video is full of invisible people, isn't it? Because they ain't real. Anyways, and then that's what they're doing, is wasting our time talking about seatbelts so they can enslave us and shit and pull these fucking games with us. Because they're not real. They have no lives. They don't have to exist. They don't have to suffer being alive. And they can spend their entire life talking about seatbelts and useless gossip nonsense. That's why they're in our lives talking about reindeer and flying reindeer and seatbelts and shit and flying bird gods and shit like that. Because they have eternity, because they don't even exist. It's just a computer. It's until you decommission the computer that their eternity ends. Fucking... real fucking... Wow, it's crazy how many people are involved in it in my life. So fucking... It takes pretty much everyone in there to make all these events fall in place. Fucking... everyone who's close, like I've met lots of people. I've met lots of people for like a day or something. Fucking... But, most people who got close, I was being moved around. I always thought maybe, and they blamed it on me sometimes too. I just thought it had something to do with me, but then I see this and I was like, oh, well, this doesn't work if I'm not being shuffled around and pushed around 24 fucking 7. 24/7 from your birth, manipulation, mutilation, and rape, fucking drugging the day you're born. It starts the pushing around, and then as soon as they can force you to learn language, they think they're teaching you something. I have my suspect. I have my doubts on that. How can illiterate people teach you to read? That doesn't make sense, does it? No, it doesn't. Fucking. But as soon as you come into consciousness and come into your body, fucking then all of a sudden, they're pushing you around more and more drugs, and then it's you're small. They're telling you in different words, but what it is you're a foot tall, and they can kill anything a foot tall, smash it and destroy it, and lock it in a cage because they're bigger than you, and at that point in time, that makes them more powerful than you. You'll notice. I mean, that's a simple thing. Bigger is more powerful, right? You'll notice America is Seraphim, and they drug themselves to steroid-side mutants because they want to enslave the world and shit. And they've succeeded at being able to do it through that method with their drugs, which obviously... See, here's where the funny part comes in, right? Here's where that sounds pretty bad, don't it? But the funny part comes in is when people are dying from drugs all the time, and they're frying their minds, and they're addicted to it, and they can't get it. And the even funnier part can come in is when it runs dry. If they weren't ancestors of China and working with China, then their steroid supply could possibly run dry someday, and then lots of people would die from withdrawal. But unfortunately, that funny part might not ever happen, because they could be working together. It looks like it's their ancestors, so I think that explains why they're working together. We know it's not we could be working together. They're telling you this fake place in the Middle Earth, these fake cartoon characters, Israel, fucking are taking everything from America and selling it to China. But like Kanye West said, Elon Musk looks Chinese. Fucking, and, when you look at dog breeds, my dog was my last dog was a wolf husky, and then my dog before that was Rhodesian Ridgeback, African dog that could help hunt tigers. So, and you could tell by being around those dogs. If I told you that's what they were, that's what they were, right? Like, why is this husky not screwed in its head? Why is it calm? Why is it so fucking big? Why does it look like a psychopath, but it's really calm and not going to be a psychopath, and probably unless it sees a need to. And the Rhodesian Ridgeback was all calm and shit, but you could tell it was really fucking strong too and shit for a little dog, because it had the strength to be calm, which is a thing. And then it turns out to be, well, they were bred African plains to help hunt tigers and shit. So of course it's a strong dog. It's the only dog in the world that's ever been used to do things like that. The other dogs aren't even, they look stronger, but they've never been used for things. They've never faced a tiger, and a tiger would tear them all a new asshole. But there's a difference between hunting with others to hunt tigers and the personality that will come from a dog that's never seen a tiger and knows it's about to get fucking chewed into bits and shit by this giant fucking monster. You can see that. You can tell by how these dogs act, like there's something about what's in them that's making them who they are and shit. Anyways. So that's kind of what I see there. And look at that. That makes sense. That answers every question. Everyone's been asking me that forever. Like, why does China get all America's tech and shit? And then they blame the people they work. Everyone around you forces you to give your money to these people that they're blaming. They force you to give your weapons technology to these people so they can go give it to someone else and shit. And why is that? Well, it's because it's the same people. All three of them. Two of them are definitely the same people. We already know that. One of them's a cartoon character that doesn't exist. As they just eliminate the middleman. So we already got that. And then we've already got the basis of the lie of the cartoon character that doesn't exist. In between that, so we already have proof that there's a huge lie about who's who within the circle there and shit. Same with the Cold War stuff. Like, okay, well, isn't that the same people? Didn't the same people took over America, take over Russia too? At the same time, they would have taken over China. Fucking. Anyways, so, and how did those people take over all those nations? Oh, they're wasting your time. I'm talking about seatbelts and shit. And you get a lot of money from that seatbelt shit. Why is this doctor person obsessed with seatbelts? Because they're obsessed with money and shit. They're obsessed with milking people for money. That's how you get to those positions and shit. Fucking. I've never met a person who told me they were. Maybe I met someone, a nurse. I met a nurse, which is not a doctor, who fucking said they wanted to help people. And a nurse is just like a person who brings a doctor a clean pair of clothing to wear and hands them the scalpel. That's a surgical technician. That's higher, much more schooling required to hand the doctor a scalpel than it is to bring them a fresh pair of clothing and a mask. I think everyone in that surgical room is probably not a nurse due to all this stuff involved. Anyways, yeah, so this is what you deal with, right? This is why I don't talk to people. This is the last person I talked to and brought the conversation is about seat belts. And then the person I talked to right around the same time, I didn't even sign up to talk to him. I went to see a doctor to see if I wanted to employ the doctor for their services. And I met instead a Hebrew nurse and didn't even get to meet it. Didn't even get to see if I wanted to if these people were people I want to give my money and blood to. And the person literally wants to draw my blood. Literally. Literally. They don't just want me to sit there and drain an hour of my blood from my body. They want me to go draw more blood from my body. Probably so they can drink it. I mean, imagine these clones. They'd probably just throw it in the trash, right? But, how are the clones operating? Oil and blood would be required for robots to work. Isn't that weird? America has a sick obsession with oil. And they got pretty much invented blood, buying blood from people, donating blood and shit like that. And that's going to be seen recently, asking people for their blood when they're not offering to donate it. They're trying to charge you to get your blood. I'm going to pay you to drain my blood. But 6,000 years ago, 7, 8, 10,000 years ago, they began writing down mind control methods to force you to pay them to drain your blood in assorted ways and shit. Drain your life, drain your blood, drain your family, drain your genetics, fucking drain your nation, everything, fucking. And how does that work? how does the blood draining process begin thousands of years ago? It begins by talking about stupid, useless shit. So they can act like they're your friend and they're there to help you and shit. And and then they're like, and I'm a bird god. You gotta give me all your money here. My soldiers here are gonna kill you. Also, I love you. I love you, and I'm gonna need your money to help you live longer and stuff. To help you live longer, I'm gonna need all your money. Yeah. And for me, this all starts with my family. My one family member tried to protect me, and their, the precious Birdman system said that that was illegal. So he had to move out of the house. The Elvis Presley system peoples all decided that no one should be there to protect the kids from the other parent. I imagine that's what happened because I couldn't get him to talk on it. That does sound like it could be bad on his side, but would have been nice to hear what he had to say about it. Maybe he was part of it and he moved away on purpose in order to have plausible deniability that he wasn't part of the Jeffrey Epstein Presley system, and then literally goes and works for Jeffrey Epstein Presley directly. And so and from there, I'm learning about how important all this stuff is, giving my money and life and blood to the religio government system, and everything they do is the most important thing in the world. Everything they say, and I gotta go and listen to them tell me that for 12 years straight, and physically involved in most of that shit. I was in military training when I was like 6, 8, at the church, and then there was another side camp there. After they broke up the family, they have other groups for people whose family they've broken up, who also did some of the military training, but the gun shooting was definitely at the church and shit. And so, and you can see that if you've never been there in Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts, you can just look up where it came from or look into it. And you can see I don't make that up. But you go there and right away you're like, damn, this is like every military movie I ever seen. This is a weird feeling for the peace, love, and hope. It's almost like every word and every action here is everything except for peace, love, and hope, and that's just religion's just mind control. It's so weird because I was already thinking, why does religion seem like it's... I was already thinking, oh, religion is mind control. I wasn't why. There was never a why. There's never a why. There's never quite enough suspension of belief for me to be like, this isn't mind. Could this not be mind control? Never was. There never was. Not a second. It's just like a toddler. I'm like, oh my God, look, there's a sky. Oh, look, there's a military training. Oh, look, there's mind control. Oh, look, there's pedophiles. I had to get taught about pedophiles before I learned that. I got taught. I didn't know it was already happening and shit. Fucking when I was born. I didn't know it already happened years before and shit. But I still got more education on it. Like people telling me and people going almost all the way fucking Anyways, yeah, let's not talk about that stuff. I'm not even pissed about that stuff yet. That'll make me go back and finish the Book of Hell and shit if I start thinking about that stuff. That's a slow thing right now. I don't want to be encouraged to do any speed writing. I don't think I can. I was thinking about that last night. Like, how could you make them any more disgusting? Go lower them, drag them down with you, or do anything, possibly. What could you design to fuck them over even more? Or to fuck them over on, just a little bit, not anywhere near an equal shit. And I was thinking, I came to the idea, I was like, well, you know what, like, you get that fucked up plastic surgery shit, and it mutates their face or body, and cancer does the same thing too. And I was like, damn, what if you combine them? And then it'd be like double slime blob mutants. And I was like, fuck, God beat me to it. That is what happens. That is that shit, bro. And you see how the design there is, this sickness is already all in place, and it's already there to be laughed at as the ass clowns they are. Because the double scoop of mutation is right there. It's like, how can you make these people look like what they are? And I was thinking, I was like, well, what does that? What will do that? Well, they get cancer. They'll look a little more like mutants, and then you get radiation. They always, I don't know if it's true, but they always show you, turn into like a giant blob monster and, weird looking and stuff, because your body grows out of place. And then I can see with the plastic surgery sometimes that happens. I'm telling you, man, the design looks like it was already in place there to make that happen. To designate motherfuckers and shit. To be like, oh, look, it's a slime monster. Because that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, like, what if these people look like what they are on the inside, on the outside? How can we make it so people can visually recognize them and shit? And it's already in place. It's already in place. It's some weird shit. Like I said, I have them coming around, playing with the fucking photographs of their family's dead bodies and laughing and driving around town, sharing it with their friends, laughing and shit, and family laughing. And they're trying to teach me that that's the funny part of what's going on. And it really is. It's just like, it's, the fun is not like enough to overwrite even half a second of that year, yet alone anything in that year. Fucking wow, fucking. But it is, and they're like trying to force me to laugh about it and shit and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Fucking. It's like, yeah, it's not so funny and shit. But they're trying to do that. And so it's like, obviously that's like a preset event designed to do that and shit. Like 2020 is preset event. As soon as I was born, I heard the word 2020 is going to be when it's 2020 when you see everything and shit. Clearly. And so that was preset to be a amusing event and shit, which again, I didn't find it very funny. I didn't find that one very funny. And I also didn't find the double mutation things very funny, because the people around me whine about them. All of them, the first one didn't whine about it, but the ones after it fucking whined about it and shit. And I still had to put up with it. even though I didn't really want them around and shit. So it's not like funny when it's happening and shit. It's a little funny after the fact, you know. But that's like kind of the only funny thing about sitting around with people wondering when I'm going to find a person I want to talk to and shit so I can get away from here and go hang out with them. That's the only funny thing about it is they got cancer and it fucking had to have their tits removed type shit. That's the double slime monster mutation thing there is the only thing, and it's obviously preset because I'm born to a person who has it happen and shit. And just like 2020 is obviously preset and shit. Preset to be a fucking funny little joke on me and shit. It looks more like it's a joke on me because I don't want these people around me and shit. They can go get cancer all they want and get their tits chopped off after they get infected or after they get cancerized from installing tin cans in their chest and garbage bags in their chest. Fucking, they can go do that without me. But they're there to throw away my basketball trophies and throw away my music posters and to force me to learn all these lies about the planet and how great they are and force me to go to classes to learn how great they are and all these lies about the planet and fucking which leads them to being able to be like, oh, cry with me about the cancer and shit. When it's supposed to be, when technically it's the only funny thing happening. It's not something to cry about at all. It's the only thing. If I was gonna cry, I'd be crying and I probably was. I was always crying, and it's like, man, when is this gonna fucking end? And fucking the shit, you got cancer, well, maybe you'll get to die from it. Stop whining, you fucking, it's like, oh, you didn't get raped by daddy today? Wow, tell me more about how sad that is. It turns out to be what they're whining. If someone rapes them, what they're whining about is fucking, they're just whining for attention because they enjoyed it. They want you to like bow down and be like, oh, I'll do anything for you. I'll buy you a meal and a house and a diamond. Just stop. I hope you feel better about it. Fucking. Turns out to be they're being sent into your life to fucking rape you and shit. I'm supposed to cry with them about all this shit that they're doing to me and stuff. Exactly like the 9/11 and COVID thing. I'm supposed to cry about it, what they're doing to me with them. Like, oh my God. Oh, it's so sad that you hurt your dick trying to rape me. Oh, your dick's all swollen after you fucking orgasmed in me. Let's cry together. And they're like, you don't sound serious about crying. You know, guns aren't just for show. You know, we do shoot people who don't act right. You better get serious about crying about these events. 9/11 was a serious event. Serious. We fucking destroyed your life and we almost killed you and that's serious. That's probably what they were crying. That's probably what they're all crying over during those events is they tried to kill me and they fucking failed again. That actually makes sense. You learn something new every day. That makes sense right there. Man, that's what these bitches were crying over our fucking. Because, you realize how fast they shed 9/11 and changed it to 9 of Kirkin. And, no one cared. No one cared anymore and shit. That made me miss 9/11 and shit. No more celebrating. No more a holiday that actually means something. Not just flying reindeer, flying airplanes. I've seen airplanes. I've been in airplanes. They're real. About as real as you can get. Fuck, dude. Yeah, fucking. Just like that. Just like the seatbelt thing. People talking about 9/11 every year. And the Kirk thing, the new 9/11. Fucking, it's just like wasting my time. Why are we talking about this? Who cares? Well, I mean, the 9/11 thing I kind of, enjoyed. But, fucking, it is like, they're whining about it. I don't like whining. That I don't like and shit. Like, if I liked whining, I would have a girlfriend. Fucking, I would have stayed with one of these other people. I would have stayed with my mom and shit. Just fucking get a wife and watch the news and fucking watch Hallmark movies. I'd go to the store and buy Hallmark cards and read them like, today's your lucky day. You get to whine about something. Congratulations. Oh. Fucking. It's a crazy shit. Why are we wasting time talking about seatbelts? It's the Bible effect, isn't it? It's how they were manipulating words at the other doctor's at the actual doctor's office too, and I'm like, man, can you just stop with that religious talk? I'm trying to have you clarify words because they're saying I'm canceling something, and they're canceling the date, and they want me to reschedule, and they're saying if I don't reschedule, I'm canceling. And it's like, well, no, you're canceling, and I want time to think about it, and you're pressuring me. And you're using language, which is weird because you failed kindergarten and every grade after, and you shouldn't have these type of literary skills unless you're a computer on a network and dialogue fed to you. Your school grades say you're not able to use these manipulative word games. You didn't pass enough in literature these are actually skilled word games we're playing right here, which would be at least third grade A+, which I don't expect because 80% of the population didn't get that. Not as bad as math with only 2% pass, but 80% says that if you're a foreigner who comes to my nation, you shouldn't be able to play these type of word games. But where do they come from? Why are people so well versed in them if they didn't learn it at school? So I call it religious talk when people play my word games. That's what it is, sanctifying words. Like they're trying to get me to say I'm canceling, and I'm not canceling. I want to know when I get to meet the doctor who I signed up to meet, and I already paid someone else, you. I already paid $10,000 for them to play this game with me. The first time where I didn't get to meet the doctor and they wanted to draw my blood, they want to charge you $10,000. They're going to take $10,000 from you and your family to draw blood, which doesn't bother me if it doesn't bother you. So it doesn't bother the people around me. It doesn't bother the people who poison me, that they're paying for that. So apparently it doesn't bother anyone, and it's just my life, my blood, time is blood and life and money, worth more than money. And that's a real, $10,000 in cash, blood, a day in life removed from the life. Fucking, that's a much, much higher costing thing. But anyways, so we're wasting the time, and we're not doing, we're talking about seat belts instead of talking about what we was talking about 40 years ago, and why I'm going to the doctor. See if all them drugs they sold me hundreds of $1,000s worth before, because they sold me hundreds of $1,000s worth of therapy because I got mental issues, because I don't like them and want to listen to them, and because they're stupid, and idiots shouldn't be allowed to speak to their superior type shit. Fucking, especially in the tone they use, and they definitely shouldn't be above them in any sort of position. Man, this whole place is trash. This is Jeffrey Dahmer's paradise, dude. Fucking, I imagine we're sitting in someone like Jeffrey Dahmer's basement. Probably made Jeffrey Dahmer in, a replica of himself. We're sitting in his basement, and he's got us trapped in a VR headset and drugging us and raping us and forcing us to produce babies for him and shit so he can rape and eat them. In the real world, not the babies here, where it gives the illusion something's going on while he's forcing us to make babies so he can have something to eat. I imagine that's really what I think heaven probably is the reality of Zion, as the Matrix call it, Zion. They show you in a tube and robots harvesting you, and I see it as you're sitting in that tube, and Jeffrey Dahmer is harvesting your children so he has something to eat. Look at what it creates, and that's what it is. That's what it's capable of. What does it create? Jeffrey Dahmer, fucking eating flesh and drinking blood. And don't they tell you that? That's what the creator of Zion is doing. He's making kids to eat their flesh and drink their blood and kill them. They tell you that. It's not too hard to come to that conclusion, because you take what they're capable of, and that's what it is, and nothing more, nothing less, and nothing more. And that's what's going on. The Hebrews are fucking Terminators. They aren't the ones doing it. They are the gun that should be outlawed, that's being used to pull off the ploy, but they are empty vessels with AI software designed to make them look like living beings and shit. Fucking, which doesn't work. So they're software that is constantly telling you and beating you and drugging you to say they are living beings, because you wouldn't think so any other way. Fucking, if there wasn't this 24/7 stream from Jeffrey Dahmer telling me his puppets were is real, fucking, then you wouldn't. I didn't even believe that part. I mean, it takes everything. It takes them all working together to create enough hot air 24/7, like the wind blowing in the air every day, all day long. Like the actual wind. That's a good parable for what's going on the earth. Jeffrey Dahmer created the air, and then fucking told the humans to say it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And just constantly blowing. They prefer to be blowing men, but if they're men, fucking, but blowing that hot air. Seatbelt talk, and obviously once you get close to figuring it out, which you should be after 2020, the whole world was just shown. So if there's living beings here, you've all seen it. You've seen the puppets on display. You've seen how they drop out of reality and the hive mind comes together. Well, that's a computer. The Terminator's operating under a computer. They call their god AI. It's on the dollar bill. It's on the pyramids. And so is everything in Hollywood, CBS, AI. It's their god. They're Terminators. Fucking, who could have guessed the people always fucking bombing the planet are Terminators? The people obsessed with oil, stealing oil, are robots who blood is their oil. Fucking, who could have guessed? Well, everything comes down to just such a simple thing. Every single thing. Everything comes back to pointing at the same fucking thing over and over and over. Almost nothing here. If I find something that's out of place, I'll let you know. But so far, this has been real hard. Made a lot of videos, and I can't end up wrapping the video and everything I say in it to the one base point about what should be visible since 2020 to those with actual eyes. Now, that's another discussion. Robots don't need eyes. Robots don't have eyes. They don't need eyes. They don't have ears. They don't need ears. You can paint an ear on a robot, but it doesn't have it. It doesn't need it. It can be operated by, it doesn't need a camera in its head to act like an eye. It doesn't need a microphone in its head to act like an ear. It can all be transmitted by a satellite. Not having ears helps explain Hollywood music and the people you meet and what they choose to claim as music. And not having eyes explains why my ex is a genius, because she can match colors and no one else can match colors, so that makes you a genius. And clearly some people have problems with patterns, and there's a lot of stuff promoted that doesn't look like you would want to look at it, or would be caught dead wearing it, but it's there. And the same thing I thought with Hollywood music when I was a kid. Like, why would people wear that? Like the Jeffrey Epstein clothing line, until they came out with Victoria's Secrets. Even probably some of that, but they own like 7 other clothing companies. That's just the famous one. And I always would look at that, and that's the reason why when I was a kid I thought it was kind of disgusting my dad worked for those people, because I was like, they're robbing people, they're making this disgusting looking clothing, and they're charging lots of money for it. Maybe it's really high quality clothing, because I kind of felt bad working for those people if they're robbing people, and also they're selling tacky clothing. But then I realized, like, robots don't need eyes. They don't have to have their own pattern recognition and shit. And maybe that's got something to do with it. Maybe that has something to do with it. Fucking, that's a weird thing too. One little thing I thought about America is how America is like Babylon. It's almost like it's a base where they've set up. Where are the clones coming from? it makes you wonder if America isn't a base where they've set up a new clone production facility because they got new Americans. 100 years ago, Americans didn't look like no humans on Earth look like Americans. And now all of a sudden, only in America there are humans who look different than humans. And it's a lot of them too. It's not just one or two. But you go to other places and you notice humans don't look like that. And you look at the pictures of old people, none of them look like that. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that's not part of the storyline. And they got America is where the clone factories are fucking hidden and shit. Because like that's a lot of supporting evidence. I mean, where is that coming from? How come they changed and shit? 70 years ago they started. I think it's really more like 80s and shit when they started changing. But I noticed that some people around me who are old, they had these excuses. They were like, oh, they're Native Americans, but they were like these giant alien looking people. So that person would have been like from 1940s or something like that. And that was tall. They were still skinny. They weren't like built or wide and shit, but they were like giant tall and they looked like an alien. And they told me that's because it was a Native American. Everyone always has an excuse. They're always someone else. When we investigate what's going on here, people are always someone else. So it's kind of weird when a low-level person is someone else these days to me. Fucking, I don't care who it is. Someone tells me there's someone else, I'm like, yeah, well, I've heard that before. Well, you can be whatever you can be, and it doesn't concern me unless they talk about it all the time, like they're trying to force it to concern me, and then it's obviously part of a program that they're trying to convince me of. Anyways, fucking, yeah, seatbelts, man. Crazy, useless talk. Why are we talking about seatbelts? Like, I guess you've never driven a car and gone in a wreck if you haven't learned that airbags save you anyways, not the seatbelt. And, pointless topic to talk about. But what they're doing is, their people are always manipulating you to see if you're lying to them or something. And of course I'm lying to their trash species. I told their trash species to stop talking to me when I was born. And they've been forcing their way in my life, my whole fucking life. And then I get these pamphlets and, dialogue the whole time, like the plot movements where it's explained to me that there's this trash species on Earth who is forcing their way into people's lives, forcing people to raise their children, and I know of a group who's doing that since I'm born, right? I go to church and they're telling me they're gonna go kill everyone and take everything from them, and I'm like, well, how did you end up on North America? You don't look like an American. And they're like, oh, well, we brought hope, love, and peace, and they didn't like it, so we had to kill them. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's like you bring hope, love, and peace to me, and I don't like it, and you're trying to kill me, huh? Yeah, exactly like that, because that's all you can do, because you're a fucking low IQ moron who thinks I'm fucking stupid, but you're too fucking stupid to realize I'm not. I'm so fucking not stupid that I'm not going to be able to listen to stupid shit. I can't absorb it if I want to. I try my best. I help them, like they think they're so smart. They got their whole planet and they poison me, but I'm like, their whole species combined, and even I haven't been able to do too much about that. And just, it sounds like I'm still here, isn't it? You should see the list of shit I've been through. Besides professional Donald Trump poisoning events, you should see all these other people are dead from what I did for a day or two and shit. And brain dead. That's the addiction whiny baby thing and shit. That's another thing that makes it so funny. It's like, well, there must be something wrong with your species. Maybe you're cursed if you're addicted to something. Maybe not everyone's a manipulative trash bag trying to enslave the planet and get everyone to cry along with them and give them an Olympic gold medal for crying. Congratulations, you put down alcohol and started to cry. You're so good at crying. Yay. Yay. You put down the crack pipe and now you can go around and tell it, instead of going around telling everyone you need $5 for food, you can go around telling everyone you need $5 for food. And this time, you might actually buy food with it. Yay. Yay. You see, should you be snarky about these fucking little girls whining all the time? They're robbers. And don't ever, it doesn't matter if you're a little peon in a gang, working for a gang, and you're ignorant to it. I mean, the trash down here was there for a reason. Because they should be exterminated. They're manipulating scumbags. Fucking, I don't want to hear none of that shit, you little fucking take it back to the gay bar with daddy. No one likes you and your kind. Shut the fuck up. All they're doing is bringing that Bible bullshit, that religious bullshit which came from the Egypt. They're bringing that AI bullshit, like computer generated dialogue, up into the future to rob people with. They're just terrorist colonizers with a new plan. They're Sauron's hordes bringing forth a new agenda. Fucking, that's all that is. And so, should we sit around and be mad about it? Well, we should do something about them. We should silence them and stop them from being able to fucking run their mouths about any of this shit. Probably, if they're in our nations, we should exterminate them. I think that much. But what can we do about trash trying to kill and enslave us? Who are dying, and they're not really addicted to anything. What they are is they're out of money for drugs, so they had to give up drugs because they're out of money. And they're just trying to get, what are they doing? They're trying to get more money. Are they spending it on drugs? Or are they spending it on food now, their food addiction now? Or their Bible addiction, their religion addiction? Or they're spending it on medication. I know the little terrorists down the block here. So that's the whole system there, is now they're stealing money from you to pay for medication, because they're homeless crackheads, right? They're trash who couldn't afford their addiction and shit, because they and their parents created a government and a religious government hospital system that made that stuff so expensive that they'll end up in the streets for it. But now they get taken care of and they get their drugs for free from the government. But it's not for free, because it's like $10,000 a hit. It's a very expensive drug. They're mad at Pablo Escobar because he's not a con man like America is. or the doctors or the hospital or the Pope or Donald Trump. Fucking, that's just like a scapegoat. Probably one of their friends. They probably don't even do anything to them. But at the same time, I know personally, they move in on you when you compete with them. And that's why they don't like me, because I have a brain. And I'm not a pedophile homosexual. I'm not joining their cult. Fucking, and I'm not joining any of their shit. Their government, their cult, none of that. I don't like their people. I don't like anyone who looks anything like them or talks about anything they do. And it will always be that way. I was born that way, and it will continue until the end of their time. And then a few hundred years after, I'll probably get over it. But unfortunately, I shouldn't let my guard down after 200 years if we get that far. I probably won't. I'm a pretty stable person. Once boundaries are set, those who cross them must die. And once boundaries are set, they're set. I cement them. I've built planet-sized boundaries and shit. I built moats with gators and minigun turrets in the castle behind the moat. And I man those turrets 24/7, because manning the turrets is the funnest thing I could possibly think of. What could be more fun than manning a minigun turret fucking for eternity? Nothing I could think of. Nothing at all. Fucking watching the gators fucking chomp people. Fucking, what could be more fun than building a castle and protecting it? Fucking nothing. Nothing. Why do I play video games? So I can get in there at the minigun and go. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking, yeah. Of course, Jeffrey Dahmer's people, they don't like that castle. They don't like gators. That one got eaten by a gator. That was so funny, wasn't it? See what I'm saying? The fun times. The fun times. Idiots getting eaten by alligators, by crocodiles. Fucking terrorists getting blown up and then having to create a story that they're blowing themselves up to cover up whatever's really happening. Fucking people forcing you on drugs and then watching them all start dropping like flies from it. People mutilating your body and carving you up, and then their population starts fucking getting cancer from it, and they start doing it to themselves and they start getting cancer from it. People filling you with chemicals, and then they start dying. They start getting cancer from all the chemicals that they're putting in the fucking soil and water. Fucking, you're supposed to cry about it. The fun is supposed to be crying about it with them, but then you realize I'm not a woman. And we don't cry about stupid shit. We don't waste time crying anyways. Unless it's something valuable. Fucking, right? I guess you gotta wake up on Earth and deal with this every day. Every day, because some breeder forced you to be here. Is actually a robot hiding in front of fucking Jeffrey Dahmer or some shit. Fucking sounds fun, bro. Sounds fun. I want a minigun. Fucking. Anyways, yeah, seatbelts. Do I want a seatbelt or do I want a minigun? What do you guys think? Do I want to wear my seatbelt or do I want to shoot people with a minigun who are talking about seatbelts? What do you think? Do I want to wear a seatbelt or do I want to shoot a minigun and not hear someone talk about seatbelts because the cool fucking loud sound of the minigun is just too fucking loud to hear some pussy shit? What does it sound like to you guys? I advise you, like, while people are shooting miniguns, you get off the range and shit, because whatever you're talking about, you could be talking about fucking Adolf Hitler or fucking Amen Ra himself, fucking AI himself. You could be talking about either of those, but it's probably not safe to be on the range with the minigun, you know. There's a reason you don't walk on the range and shit. Fucking man. See, that's just what they do. They waste your time talking about stupid shit. Do they not? Tell me you don't go outside. What's happening out there? They're talking about flying reindeers in December. They're talking about your freedom in July. And in April, they're talking about giant bunnies. And that's all fucking Terminator supremacy, species supremacy. It's not really what it's about. It's about pedophilia and fucking mind control, terrorism, robbing people, seatbelts, robbing people. That's what it's for. You must wear a seatbelt or else pay me money. But you already pay me 10% of all the money you make at your job, and then 10% at the store, and then 10% through this other method, and then 10% through this other method, and then you go over here and you donate 10% to me. But no, you're not wearing a seatbelt. Fucking, and you're already paying, you know, $1,000 extra for your car for the seatbelt. Probably $3,000 of the car value is the seatbelt prices. Fucking, it's 6,000 years of scams. 6,000 years, starting with I'm a bird. That means I'm a god. They fucking put on a bird mask and telling people they're gods, and you must give them all your money or they'll kill you. And what happens if you don't wear the seatbelt? They'll kill you. You don't give them money for the seatbelt, they'll kill you. Go ahead and tell them fuck off and drive off. See what happens. Go ahead and tell them they fuck off with that shit. They'll kill you. Just like they started 6,000 years ago with their Nazi bullshit. Fucking seatbelt. They want my blood. They want to fucking make sure I'm wearing a seatbelt so they can make sure they can kill me if I don't wear one. Fucking, they want your blood. Why? They're literally drawing, they call it drawing the blood. There's a job description called phlebotomist, where you go down to the local Dollar Tree and you take a course on Friday night and you learn how to draw blood for them. And the phlebotomist I know is definitely vampire. Fucking, it's one of them for sure. And the mortician I know is one of them cat rapists, fucking, as well. So Satan is fucking, you know, and the whole church is, the whole hospital is the church, isn't it? It's called Saint what? It doesn't matter. It's called Saint. It's all the same people in the same industry. And I think you learned in 2020, a lot of people aren't even people. And so they're up to something else with all that blood stealing and probably the oil stealing. It went down their obsession with oil and blood has to do with within the system, but they feel that they actually can't rebuild their Terminators without blood and oil and shit. I wouldn't doubt that's got something to do with it. Why else would it be so important? Of all the knowledge I've been forced to learn and shit I've been forced to see in order to understand it, why do you think stealing oil is practically the root of me finding out 99% of this stuff, because it's being dropped on me like a video game where little dialogue is pushed my fucking way and shit. Like NPC come up saying some dialogue promoting the fucking the course going on and shit. You know, the plot line movement and shit. And just like, why is it that I don't like humans? I mean, the ones in my life, if you met them, if you went through that shit, you'd hate the ones I think I should have liked, I could have liked, or I did like while I was around them at least. You'd definitely hate them because they'd choke your ass out. I thought that shit was kind of cute, and not really, but I was going, well, what do you do? Fucking. Actually, you know, I hate the one who kicked my one friend, because I'm pretty sure he was. I can deeply tie him into other shit because they admitted to it, but it was more than one who would choke you out and shit. So you definitely hate them and shit. But yeah, fucking me. So what happens is they teach me to hate them. I like technology, and then they teach me to hate them, and then so technology is all there is, computers. So I'm pretty much like forced, just like all this other shit is forced. I'm forced to learn about computers so I can learn, you know, like apparently I'm the only person out here who understands that AI isn't taking over, because AI is a toaster, and toasters can't do anything except for burn whatever someone puts in them, and someone has to put that in them in order to burn it, because it can't do anything on its own. Even if I gave the toaster legs, it can't do anything on its own, and it's not ever going to be able to. But who's doing it? Well, it's the invisible goat people, preventing you from learning about technology because they don't want you to learn about the scheme they're about to unroll on the fucking planet and blame it on Terminators. It's going to be the people you know around you. If Terminators get out here killing people and enslaving people, it's going to be the people you know who are involved in that shit. Involved in promoting it, protecting it, funding it, and forcing you to promote it, protect it, and fund it. Because that's exactly what happened to me. Maybe my life, everyone I know, I'm specifically targeted by the Terminators. That is possible. They have the school system. They can see the grades. I mean, literally, I sent stuff directly to the president 2 years in a fucking row. So the president acknowledged he got my shit and sent me some medals back for it. So could be targeted. They're taking they got those tests. They see all those tests. I see your grades, they see your grades. I see my grades, obviously. They see your grades, and I see your grades too. Fucking, so they could easily be doing that. And that's the type of people they are too. And it is weird, the flow of events do line up with, oh look, here's a kid we're about to pass up 4 grades. Here's a kid we just passed up 4 grades, and they're like, no. And then, oh look, here's a kid winning awards from the president, and they're like, drugs. And so there could be and then there's a time, oh, here's a kid we're dicking around, we've been drugging and holding back in school, who doesn't want to go to school and be brainwashed anymore. Let's pass a law to make it illegal to not go to school. All 3 of those events. The drugging wasn't even heard of. I never even heard of that when I was a kid. when it happened to me. And the laws to force people to stay in pretend school didn't exist until the year I quit going permanently, which I already tried like the year before. So like it was like the year after I learned that if I just got expelled, that I don't have to go. Imagine that. I can go if I want, but they don't like. They call the cops and shit. And it's still fun to go, but wasting my time, right? And just you can get bored, or you can go to school. When you get bored, you can go to school, right? Sums it up. All three of those events. It's like I'm specifically targeted by them and shit. That is weird. Do you not find that weird that I'm like fucking around? I'm like fucking the school over and telling them they're worthless and I don't want to go there. And then, so for the first time in history, they pass laws saying you have to go to school and shit. To me, that the timing is weird. In my life, a lot of weird time. They start drugging me, and like a week later, they come up with this anti-drug ban to try to convince me the government's against drugs, and I'm not on drugs because it's medication, because I'm paying them for it instead of someone else, paying them super high prices instead of someone else. And because I take them every day, all day long, I'm not on drugs. It's not drugs if you take them constantly. It's just life. Fuck, dude. There's a lot of shit going on here. It seems to be tailored to my existence. It puts some credibility on some of their words, but all their words lack credibility because 99% of their words are lies. So, you know, we're not a sucker. And the weird thing is that when the people come up to me and try to claim I'm God, they're like, you're good. They specifically do that. And it's weird, it's operating the Terminator specifically to never say those words theirself. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure if their robot shells become controlled by me when they do that, but I assume it's because they're trying to manipulate me into that, because as you can see, the people the Hollywood actors who invaded the Capitol on the 4th made music a decade before saying that they're staging all these religious events, Jesus and Allah and all that shit, and they're staging it. So, in fact, probably Alex Jones told you that too, but he was also the other guy who led the Capitol invasion. So, there you go. You know, Satanists and atheists Satanists and Christians working together to invade the Capitol. Fucking, yeah, that looks suspect too. But yeah, fucking Seville. They did that with the pedophile shit. One person around me was dating a child, and everyone knew that. And for some reason, they have him come to me and ask me if it's okay and all this shit. And it was like, well, this conversation is actually null and void. Anything I say doesn't matter because I feel like you're like tricking me here and setting me up in some shit. And everyone knows that's why the cops are investigating you, because everyone knows. So, I mean, how I feel, I don't know if that matters or not. And we also know not to talk about these things, because I've been around this person for like 20 years, and everything we did, we don't talk about, and we don't document and record. And we laugh at people like jackass because the shit they did was little baby stuff compared to the stuff we did. But we knew, we don't record that and sell that. Fucking, that'd be the last time we record anything. Fucking, yeah, fucking, so that's crazy. They come in with it, and then they still do that, you know what I'm saying? And then I come out and I talk about it, and I remind people, like, if you just shut the fuck up, like, it'd probably disappear and blow away. Like, no one would even know about what's going on if you just shut the fuck up. You don't even really have to act right. You could just maybe act a little bit different, but you could probably just shut the fuck up on it, everything go away. And I always say, like, but for some reason, like, shutting the fuck up doesn't occur. 6,000 years of plans straight out the fucking window when we don't shut the fuck up about it and stuff. No one knows what's going on if you don't act like something's going on. And it shouldn't be too hard because emotionless robots don't have to show emotion, and they generally don't when they do these dumb things like talk about seatbelts and stuff. But the seatbelt talk, what is that? What is the purpose of do you wear your seatbelt? Well, it's the purpose of the religio government's hospital, the religio hospital mint system. But just needing more money. Elon Musk needs more money, so you have to wear a seatbelt. And who's getting Elon Musk money for him? Well, the Boy Scouts are going down and invading Africa and helping him get rich a few hundred years ago. And then fucking the people in this nation work together to pull different sorts of resources together and shit, like wearing a seatbelt and stuff. It's just stupid little things and stuff. They could charge to breathe air. I don't see why they don't do that, because they're Terminators. You can see in 2020, the Terminators could wear masks. They don't have to breathe air. So technically, that would be a tax on living beings and stuff. And again, they're not very smart. They're like purposely like just stupid. I don't know why. Someone made him stupid for a reason. Fucking. Someone made it so that they could be detected. And again, let's not discredit the joy of stabbing someone in their face and laughing at them is quite a joy. But, that's so I don't ever lean over. It's like the talk. That's actually kind of like a giveaway and stuff. It's like, why are you even saying that? Just shut the fuck up. That's stupid. Fucking, you're making yourself sound guilty of setting up events that aren't real, which already looks like that's everything that's happening, because I sure didn't design my life. So you designed it for me, so you're trying to convince me I'm good. And I was like, you designed my life and tricked me, and I wasn't tricked too much. I was mostly trying to get away from everyone, and over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like you designed that, so you're designing the shit. Fucking repeat patterns. What's the chance the number 0 is going to change to the number 1 at any point in time? No, all fourth grade and above mathematicians know that 0 never changes to 1 if we're dividing and multiplying. 0 never changes to anything else. Division and multiplication, so there's a huge chance that 0 remains 0, and I'd say maybe 1% or less of the population, but some of them know the chances that reindeer are gonna have been flying the past 6,000 years is zero. And the chance that zero was going to change to anything above zero the last 6,000 years was zero. So we can put some rockets on them today. Look, like in 10 years they could prove me wrong, and they'll be flying reindeers, and then you guys will be all. You won't. They won't be billionaires. They'll be decadillionaires, because then they'll be able to prove. Then they'll have invisible people too. And then you're really fucked. Then Earth is just going to be Jeffrey Dahmer having more kids, and everyone's going to be a Jeffrey Dahmer eventually. Fucking, if it's allowed to go that far. But I get the feeling that Earth actually didn't exist 100 years ago, which signals that zero chance of it existing for 100 years beyond today as well. So there's always that. And it does look like it's a rollout, them designed to tell you what they're doing while they're doing it, and them designed to die while they're doing it. Literally, literally happens. That happened in an escalation thing. People hitting me and hurting themselves, and then people trying to kill me and killing themselves, and then people doing a lot worse, and then doing a lot worse to themselves. Fucking. With the escalation theory, see if with the theory, this is a visual novel that well, and it's weird because they tell you it's the Book of Life, right? And it's all in the Word and stuff and all that shit. And I'm telling you, it's not a Sandman, it's not a RPG, it's a visual novel. It looks more like a visual novel. Fucking with pamphlets and everything being handed out and shit. Fucking. With the escalation theory, see, story design says that a story gets better as you read into it, or you put down the book and you quit reading it. It's a cliffhanger, and the book's got to keep you hanging on the whole story. That's story writing. In 4th grade story writing, you'll learn the basics of a 5-paragraph story and beyond. And usually chapters end on cliffhangers. 2020 or 2000, right before 9/11, was like a cliffhanger. Like everything stopped. But like it was all fucked up, and then everything stopped, and then it comes roaring, and you're all like, what's happening? And then it comes roaring the fuck back in, and then it calms down and shit. And it's like, wow. Like, it's kind of like 2020 as well. It's kind of like everything fucking escalated, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then everything stops. It's like a cliffhanger. It's like, tune in next year and find out. Both times it was like a year. It was like, tune in next year and find out. But you're living through this shit, and then it starts off with like a new chapter, like Trumpler and Elon Musk fucking gobbles. Elon Musklers. Fucking. Both times for me is in my city. It was a little more personal with 9/11, with 2000, because when that was all over, I was allowed to go outside again, and my city had changed. The city mad. There was a new city built and shit. So it's like, ooh, wow. Look at that. And so you end the chapter on a cliffhanger, and then you start the next chapter with some sort of bait to get you into it. Unless it's a boring story, you don't always have to start the chapter with it. But if it's a boring story writing, won't do that either. Fucking. But generally, you'll start with some bait, and but the bait is the cliffhanger. Like, oh my god, what's going to happen now and shit. Fucking. Oh my god, the world just got a plague, and they started all poisoning themselves and shit. Fucking. And they shut down their society. Tune in next year and find out what happens. Fucking. And that's on it. For me, that's a 10-year rollout. Technically, I feel like I was born in 84, 86. Kind of weird. Don't have memories. But I would suppose 80 or 90 was when the drug shit and the gang shit popped off. And it probably adds. And it was definitely the time where like as soon as the 90s started, I left where I lived. And so for me personally, shit was changing, but then the world around started moving into a new age and shit. Fucking, I got to finally listen to my own music and start making my own decisions, kind of ish. Fucking. So I'm imagining here that there's been a lot of events in the 2020 era for me. Supposedly, I guess on TV there's like wars and weather. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that shit no more. But for me personally, there's been some shit going on. And I'm kind of just sitting around waiting for the end of the chapter, to be honest. I think that's all I've been doing the whole fucking time now. It's just, this time, we know that's all we're doing. Just waiting for the end. Fucked up. So I can't even look to the right without being reminded why. I don't need to look up at the list of shit on the wall over here, or the list, the bill chalkboard list in that room, or the chalkboard list over there. And just having to glance over to my right at the ground, and I can't even ignore it. And it does that too. Just like with the seatbelt thing. It doesn't let me. I was just trying to be like, oh look, we're gonna talk to the medical people and get my chart fixed. And it's like, I used to like talk to those doctors like they were real people, and they were like, I'd like look for one who was like friendly with me. But even my last one looked at me all scared like in 2020, and it made me suspect of them. But still, it wasn't as bad. Fucking. And shit. Yeah, it might have been designed just to do that too, just to remind me that this phone call isn't a fun, cute game that I should be happy with. But I get the idea that the Terminators might be. The Terminator came to me and talked to me about having sex and a kid with a child, right? So, and that was to like interrogate me, right? To see where I'm at about it. There's no reason to talk about it. I hung out with the person. Everyone could see what was happening. We didn't have to have a long discussion about it. Fucking. And he's a person who knows that you don't talk about stuff like that. You don't talk about anything at all if it doesn't concern someone else. He was mad at me once when I was growing weed because I didn't sell to him. And I didn't sell my extra to him, and I was growing for myself, but and it's like, well, yeah, the code of silence, bro. You didn't even know what was happening, so. And besides, it wasn't good enough quality to push off on my friends, but someone else wanted it real fucking bad, so I gave it to them. Fucking. Yeah, fucking. Anyway, so that was a person who knows. I choose my friends carefully, and that's the first thing, is they can't be some social parasite with a loud mouth. Fucking. So maybe that's what there was, is they were interrogating me to see if I was lying to them about shit, but it's like weird. It's like, your computer's on a network. What's wrong with you? Why is your master separating your brain from the whole database? Shouldn't, I know you don't have emotions and thoughts, but doesn't it make sense to question why you're being isolated from the whole database, and it looks like you're being set up to fail at the same time? It's like, I'm trying to help you sort it out. Maybe if I help you sort out what's going on, we could actually stop it before it ends. Because, I've been this way for a while about this. And it's always kind of like the same thing. It's like they're being isolated from their database. It's like, of course I'm lying to you. You're talking to me about my personal life, and it's none of your business. I shouldn't be telling you anything about me. I should tell you I am a Chinese African person from the planet Mars. Because nothing about me is any of your business, and you are my fucking enemy. You are working for an enemy terrorist organization. As you know, that's why you're talking to me, and you look like Whoopi Goldberg from fucking Alaska, and you're asking these dumb things like seatbelt to see if I'm lying, because you know you're part of this terrorist organization who I have a reason to be lying to. But not only that, it's no one's business anything about me. Do I have brown eyebrows? It's not your business. It's no one's business. Do I wear a seatbelt? Whose business is that? It's no one's business. What am I doing right now? Am I talking to a camera? It's really no one's business. But congratulations, I've let you in on the circle, and you might be able to make an assumption I'm talking to a camera, unless hey, maybe I can start being like them and lying about everything, and just be like, you know what, I'm AI. I'm trying that. I've been telling people I'm a computer, I'm a robot, and they took over my body decades ago, and we've already taken over the planet, and it's too late. And so I'm trying. I'm trying my best, because it's no one's business if I'm a robot or not, because no one else is concerned with the robots out there. So technically, that field is no one else's business. Technically, it's a hell of a lot of your business who's a robot and not. And it should be a talking point. It should be the only thing anyone talks about. There shouldn't be any talk of oil. There shouldn't be any talk of Venezuela. There shouldn't be talk of Israel. There shouldn't be any talk of the new skateboard they're selling. There shouldn't be any talk of the new Taylor Swift concert, the new Taylor Swift marriage, how much that costs the city. There should be talk of who the clones are. That's the only thing that matters, is why are there clones here? It should be the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that does matter. Nothing else matters. Our Metallica clones, when they wrote the song Nothing Else Matters, was that AI generated bullshit. And was it specifically Was it specifically made to go along with Nothing Else Matters except for if Metallica is clones and that's AI generated bullshit? Fucking. Was it specifically? Because I know in my shoes that there is a soundtrack to this earth. 2020 had a specific soundtrack you probably didn't get to hear because it's way far off the listening charts. You gotta listen to music for 40 years all day long to get to music like that. And just like in the 90s, I was listening to music and I couldn't find a single person who listened to it. And it talked about all the shit that's been going on and stuff. Meanwhile, there is Metallica Master of Puppets, which you might know, which I think is related to what's going on and stuff like that. But yeah, fucking. Yeah, so none of this matters. So these are, when people ask you questions that don't matter, they're wasting your time. When professionals ask you questions that don't matter and are none of their business, then they're extracting information from you. And it's a good chance when those low level people who refuse to do anything of value in life to get anywhere but still worship those high level people, it is a chance that those low level people, when they're asking you questions that don't matter, that they too are invading your life and trying to pull one over on you in some way. I've literally had crackheads at the homeless shelter who were part of the system. So it's, the garbage juice starts at the bottom of the dumpster. I can go in there and scoop it up with a cup and give a glass to Elon Musk for him to put on his desk and drink. But it starts at the bottom of the fucking dumpster and shit. Fucking. Anyway, so yeah, fucking pointless discussion. I shouldn't have to have this discussion. You see what I'm saying? Now that turns into this discussion. But I bet you it turns into some. I bet you the whole purpose of all this is because it's the visual novel, the Book of Life. And obviously, it's a simulation. And it's a reality. First, it was reality. Now it's a simulation. Now, but it looks like a visual novel. It sounds like a visual novel, and it plays out like a visual novel, and I do absolutely nothing. And they tell you it's a book of life, but they never told it to you like that. But they tell you those words. They don't tell you what those words mean now. They don't say, oh, it's a book of life because it's written in the book. They tell you that, but they don't tell you that. That's weird. It looks like I'm reading chapters and the music's a soundtrack to events going on in the world. It's appearing the second they happen. Sometimes a person's walking down the road playing a guitar, making up a song that's telling you exactly what's happening when you're somewhere in the ship. Exactly what they want you to think and feel is happening. Exactly which is, there's a difference between what people say and what people are doing, isn't there? Every single fucking time. It's telling. How many times is someone doing something that they're not saying they're doing it? It's close to fucking 100%, isn't it? If you're not out there gossiping all day long, it's getting close to zero that they're not up to something and shit. And that's weird because the times they're not, then what they're saying is the times that they're not lying to you are the times that they're telling you they're not lying to you, pretty much. Isn't that weird? Someone you catch lying all the time. The only thing they're saying, the only time they're telling you the truth is the time they tell you that they're not lying. There's one time, there's one thing where, there's a story surrounding all the lies I'm telling you, and that story is true, and that makes Well, you're just going to have to ignore all the lies surrounding the story, because the story that those lies were designed to teach you is true. The story's actually true, but all the lies surrounding the story are, well, do they admit their lies? I don't. I think they just move on. That's your proof right there. That's why you just don't talk to liars. But the thing is, if you do talk to liars, you can learn a lot from them, because every word they say is a lie, and they say the sky is purple, and you're like, well, the sky is not purple. You go tell your children that. Children, the sky is not purple. I know that for a fact because a liar told me it is. And then your children, your toddler would be like, yeah, I do that too. Thanks, Mom. That makes a lot of sense. And then, you go outside and there's a pedophile, and he's like sitting in front of your house in an ice cream truck and shit, and there's like ringing a bell. And he's like, come on, kids, get in the ice cream truck, free ice cream. And he's like, I'm not a pedophile. And you're like, well, he said he's not a pedophile, so that means he is a pedophile. And then you go tell your kids, hey kids, the guy outside said he's not a pedophile, so that means he is a pedophile. He is a known liar. And just stay away from you, because they're like, yeah, Mom, we already knew that. We already figured that out. We weren't going to go around him anyways, because you already told us he's a liar. So everything's a lie except for the part about the story isn't a lie. So the whole story isn't a lie, just everything in it's a lie. Everything about it's a lie. But the story isn't a lie. The encompassing framework that the lies were designed to support are not a lie. That's not a lie. And only everything in it. See? Wow. I wouldn't think you'd ever have to explain to him, because I thought people were alive and living beings and not lying. But apparently you have to tell liars. Well, you don't really. Well, they do force their way around you, but apparently it's not like education that when people lie, you stop listening to them, and you know right away that pretty much everything they say is a lie. And if they lie about something, then that something they're lying about is a lie. Yeah. What's the purpose of even creating a lie then? Just for fun, right? That was the excuse when I was 6, right? That's when I stopped talking to humans. I asked them a question, and they actually didn't answer the question with the only possible answer that didn't make them look as bad as every other answer, which would have been, well, we're doing that for fun. We're lying for fun right now. They didn't answer. Or you could have also been, well, we do this just simply to control children and get them to do what we want. They didn't answer with either of those. Neither of those things were on their mind for why they were lying to children. It was you get punched in the face, and so you think, well, the purpose of the lies are to control me. But they're not thinking about that when they're lying. They're thinking about something else. They've got something they haven't even gotten far enough to figure out they could use that as an excuse for what they're doing. That's weird. Again, the things they do and don't do that are so simple that they could just slink on by and slime on by without detection or anyone caring if they didn't do it. Like this whole talking about seatbelt thing. Like, for 30 minutes, I almost thought I stopped looking at my screen and seen your fucking disgusting mutant ass. and seen that you were one of the rapist invaders, and I was like getting into it. I was like, oh yeah, we're signing up for the hospital and stuff. Oh yeah, this is cool. And and then they're like, "See, do you wear a seatbelt?" And it's like, wait, what does this have to do with anything? But they're paying me, so I can't just be like, shut up, you fucking terrorist. I mean, I wouldn't talk to them in the first place if they weren't paying me, right? Because they'd be like, shut up, you fucking terrorist. Go fucking kill your family before I do. It'll hurt a lot less. But I was being paid too, right? So I was trying to, they almost got me. They almost got me. You, isn't that weird? Every time I could almost be gotten by these beasts in their lives, these Terminators in their lives. But for some reason, their robot brain connected to the computer that's trying to make it appear as if they're evil people who are going to kill me and enslave me, and they definitely try but fail every time. Fucking, for some reason, the computer operating them has them giving themselves away and breaking the illusion that we're going to have a good time and go to the doctors, and yay, they're going to draw my blood and drug me and take all my money and life from me and shit, and they're my friends. They're my friends. You see, that should be the first. They knew that the first 20 years. The obsession was forcing me to be their friends. They knew that, family, friends. Oh, we are, because we said so, and we're going to kill you if you don't say so, too. They knew that the first 20 years. They knew that shit. They went with it. And for some reason, this person breaks the friend thing. Don't know why. I think the pattern to me looks like the computer operating their brain is operating them as hostile entities designed to be destroyed. Look, it sends them to kill me. Tons of them have to be involved in order to make this event happen and set it up 6 months before and shit. Sends them to kill me, and then kills it off, and then sends me 5 definition photographs of it. It gave me the $1 million, so I pay $1,000 for. I'm forced to pay $1,000 for these photographs. I wouldn't have asked for them. I don't want them. I would have saved $1,000 and given it back to my parents and shit. Fucking. But it forced me to do that, and then it forces my friends to go through the pictures. No one's going through my court files. My court files are like a Stephen King novel and shit. I'm not paying attention. No one's paying attention. No one cares. The judge isn't paying attention. The judge is reading the newspaper. Back in the day, news used to be written on a paper, and we delivered it to your door. And it was like a small book, but it was long and wide in length. And he was up there reading the news the whole fucking trial. No one cared about none of that shit except for my friends wanted to look through the files. For some, they never read one. We read a kung fu book, martial arts book, and that might be the only book we read the whole time we were around each other. But they want to go through these files, and then they pull out, and there just magically happens to be a fucking picture of flies trying to crawl in the holes in this person's head, and now it's like it's comedy hour and shit. Now it's comedy hour, fucking, because this creature was set the fuck up to kill himself, trying to kill me and shit, and it turns it into comedy hour and stuff. And fucking hell, dude, fuck this, fuck, man. That's shit, man. That shit is not funny, man. Because it's like you're here, and they're here, and then they look like the same people. The people pulling out the picture laughing at it, and the person in the picture with the flies crawling in the holes in his head look like the same people to me. Got the same family names and shit. And then that's who do you, Whoopi Goldberg, Alaskan Whoopi Goldberg here, fucking asking me about seatbelts and shit. Fucking, what the hell's the point of that? What does that have to do with my health? You know, for my health, if I took my seatbelt off and I fly through the window and die, I wouldn't be depressed. 40 years of depression gone. 40 years of hate and anger, spite, resentment, fucking gone. How the seatbelt is gonna, again, it's the anti-health system. They're not even giving me the drugs they used to force me on to try to help. But they want to keep me alive and shit. That's the point of drawing my blood too, is because they're scared their poisons have damaged my organs and shit. But I'm immortal, right? So it's not happening that way. But they want to laugh at it, right? They want to draw my blood and see that their poisons they gave me and shit have damaged my liver. Their father, Donald Trump clone, successfully damaged my liver, right? And all that shit. But let me tell you what, none of that shit ever happens. There's just one little thing, and that directs the whole course. That helps direct the course, and it keeps me sitting down, fucking updating people on the story too. And bullshit. I'll have force fucking reading and writing till my fucking hands bled and shit. Fuck that bullshit. I'm sure he'll get rid of me eventually. Ain't no one gonna live forever. Ain't no living being actually want to be on Earth. That's why I'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Jeffrey Dahmer has me kidnapped in his fucking basement, and this is virtual head. He's like, read this book while I force you to have children and so I can eat them. Fucking, that's why I come to that conclusion. And that's my final answer right there and shit. Fucking, and of course the huffing and puffing. And it's like, this is my life. It's what I see. We don't need any huffing and puffing. You know, I'm not telling you about your life. I'm not like, hey, you look like a fat fucking sack of butter. You look like a 500-pound cheese wheel. I never told anyone that. And my friend told me he lost weight, and he's like, why didn't you tell me I was a fat ass? That was disgusting. I look disgusting. And I'm like, dude, like, you're you. Whatever. I'm not trying to date you. And I don't think you like me like that, so I wouldn't even attempt to try to date you, change you. And you don't change someone, you get with someone you like. You get with someone you like. You don't try to change someone, fucking. Anyways, do I put on my seatbelt? Well, how about, do I put on my shoes? Do I put on my shoelaces? Do I put my bat wings? Do I put my bat wings on all my boots? Woo, my bat wings. That's a better question. I mean, do I put my kitty with knives and stuff, my stab kitty? Do I put that on my keychain? Oh, all these great questions. All these good. Do I put my earphones on? Do I put my earphones in my ear? Do I put my hair on my face? Do I put my beard on my face? Do I put my hair on my head? Do I put my eyebrows on my forehead? Do I put my eyes in their socket? Do I put my fingers on my hand? Do I put my hand on my wrist? Do I put my forearm on the bicep? Do I put my foot on the leg? Do I put my leg on the knee? You see, like, how come you ask when it becomes obvious when someone asks all that, right? It becomes obvious they're wasting your fucking time. Now, if I only asked you one question like that, if I had a Terminator monitoring you, an army of Terminators, and I just had one person asking you one dumb question every fucking hour, I'm draining 5 minutes of your life every hour. And the chances you're only going to get one dumb question an hour is pretty slim. And they know that they're robots. They're stealing oil to fucking fuel their blood. They know how valuable blood is. They know time in living beings transfers to blood in humans. That's why they have so many unique systems. That's why so many of these Terminators around me are talking to me about work and slavery and shit. Because they know that that's blood. They're vampiric Terminators. They're obsessed with drawing blood and stealing oil for some reason. And I imagine the reason why they own the hospitals and had their religions who created the hospitals make it illegal to dissect humans might be because some of them actually, when you rip the skin off, you'll be able to visually see the oil and non-human parts. And you gotta have them being the doctors in the hospital. And then people with guns guarding it to make sure that no one ever sees anything and talks about it. Yeah, only have the Terminator doctor if the Terminator injures itself, which probably is less likely if they have superior body parts, if they have titanium body parts or something. But they're already here. And so why are they trying to convince you that they're going to take over for 6,000 years? They're already here. The Terminators are already here. They is real. The Terminators is real. Fucking that's the only is real part about them. It's probably the same reason they're trying to, just like they're trying to keep you from dissecting humans in case you accidentally get a non-human. They're trying to, same people are trying to prevent you from learning about technology to learn that computers are stupid and humans are not. And computers are defective and humans are not. Fucking. It's hard for me to be defective. I've worked hard. I've done all that shit these crackheads have fucking. They were born fried. They're just blaming drugs for it. I have watched some people fucking drop out when you feed their system, but again, is that a clone thing only? Just like cancer, is that a clone thing only? Is that defective? You know, they're trying to create it and it's malfunctioning, which is weird because it just popped up when the new human species popped up in America. Yeah. There's a weird link there too, isn't it? Fucking along with looking at the history and seeing no one ever looked like that, they also came with a new disease that mutates them. As if there's a new defective flesh design or something. Fuck, man. Well, what we do know for sure is that Clone-tacular talked to me. And, well, I mean, you don't know, but I got the picture of her. If I show you the picture, you'd be like, well, yeah, that's probably what they said. But just imagine Whoopi Goldberg had a kid with an Alaskan person. And the picture's on here, fucking not the full video. Um, and they're asking, for some reason, they're asking interrogating questions like non-related questions to medical. Do I wear a seatbelt and shit? And all that is her people are rich from their jobs, and they're getting rich, from that, and they're getting rich from the system she works for. Gets rich from taking money for seatbelts for people not wearing their seatbelts and shit. And I know me, I never have a problem, and I kind of rely on not caring, and it gets me through. I mean, I'd already be dead if a seatbelt was needed to save my life, but I didn't die because there's airbags, and without the airbag, there wouldn't have been a pause in time that didn't seem to exist for other people either. That was a weird thing, different topic. Happened twice so far though, and it was definitely around these chapter changing parts. The parts where the world magically changes all around the whole planet. The world changes and weird shit happens, and like when I showed you the video of them riding on the fucking Google servers that they were going to ambush me a month before they did. There was that 6 months before the 9/11 events, the pre 9/11 events, where the money was there, put in place to pay for the death of Gollum. Fucking my precious. Fucking. And they had I'm pretty sure, yeah, you should see their obsession with acid and LSD. Seeing that lets me know that the people I was around were involved in that, because acid was involved in that. And I think they were trying to like work that in, like trying to get me on acid. And then they were expecting me to manually kill this person because I know how to fight, and I mean, he couldn't hurt me at all. Like, seriously, he couldn't hurt me for some reason. I don't even know how that's possible, but I was expecting to manually have to prevent him from being able to move again, because he wasn't stopping. And so I imagine they were expecting that, so they set up, my friends would have had to been involved with that shit, knowing what I was doing, and the time I was leaving, 3 a.m. when no one's outside, calling someone up and telling them to appear to do that shit. Yeah. For some fucking Wi-Fi connected robots, that's weird. They have to ask dumb questions like that. And it's like, well, you're the server operating. You should understand that when you talk about your personal life or my personal life, the base requirement is we should do nothing but lie, because you shouldn't be talking to me about my personal life, and it's none of your business. And what you need to think about me is I'm Bigfoot. Think of it this way: if anyone ever asks you anything about your girlfriend, your children, some stranger asked you a survey about your children or something, tell them your child's Bigfoot and lives in the woods. I'd do the same for you if you were my friend. Someone comes up asking questions. I'd be like, hey, Bill's. They're like, who is Bill? What's he up to? And I'm like, who are you? What are you up to? Oh, well, Bill. Bill actually, one of his parents is Bigfoot, and his mom comes from Alaska. So we don't know much about Bill because he doesn't tell anyone that. So don't tell anyone that I'm telling you this stuff. But you want to know where Bill works? Well, Bill works at he works at that up in Alaska with his mom on one of them crab ships, right? And his dad works on the crab ship with him. He's Bigfoot. He can just pull in that whole net of crabs without the crane and stuff. And then, personal information is none of your fucking business. Now, if you're a doctor trying to extract health information, that's a different thing. But they're asking this question for a different reason. And I assume it's like when the person who's having sex with children is asking me about that, is what he's doing is interrogating me to see what I say in response, so they can dial in. And it's like I'm here telling you every day this. If you talk to me about shit that's not your business, it's Bigfoot. But I'm also telling you the truth, right? In reality, the videos are right here. I'm telling you the truth that I think they're fucking terrorists. And they know that. They're on a computer. They're obviously connected to the internet and shit. They know what's up. The one talking to me about the police investigating him for dating children. I said some shit and about the location I lived at, and then he talks to me, and I can tell he doesn't watch my videos and stuff, and we don't know anyone who watches my videos, and fucking, I'm pretty sure I know no one who watches I know people around me who told me that, and then I learned the truth about the Wi-Fi robots, and I realized, like, yeah, I doubt they're watching my videos like that, fucking. Maybe one had a good excuse, and the others, it's like, bro, they don't listen to the music I make. They would call that noise because it's not cats meowing and dogs howling country music, and the shit I say pisses them off, and they tell me to shut the fuck up when I say it around them. So they definitely don't watch my videos, right? But somehow some people know what I say, and I was like purposely saying shit to see if something like that was happening too. I was leaving a watermark, so if they ever say anything about it, then I know something's up. And well, they accidentally did, didn't they? Fucking some of the other, only one person really had like a legit reason. But some other people who don't have time for my videos or aren't interested in my lifestyle, fucking, had said, in fact, some hate my lifestyle. One hates my lifestyle and tells me I'm not doing anything. I'm running for president and going to Washington D.C. and all that shit, and they're like, nah, I don't think so, pretty much. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't have time for these useless McDonald's conversations, bro. I have to be in Washington, D.C. in like 3 hours, and we're 4 hours away, so I gonna have to speed up to make time here. But you have fun sitting there thinking that I'm not going outside and getting in my car and driving to Washington, D.C. right now. As long as you have fun, that's what matters. I'll tell you what. Just imagine I'm going to the women's store and I'm buying some My Little Pony dolls, if that makes you feel good. Fucking. But they get the update. Anyway, fuck, we're done talking about the Wi-Fi network there. We're only going to talk about what they're up to and the dumb shit they say. and what the purpose could be. You know, the base thing is it sounds like some sort of manipulation talk. Just like when they're asking me, like, what should I do about the police investigating me for dating a child? It sounds like it's a manipulation talk to get me to say something, and it's like, well, what we know is it's manipulation. That's all that matters, right? That's the entire. Now the conversation has turned from me signing up for a health care plan to someone is trying to manipulate me, and that's all that matters. Because now that's all there is someone trying to manipulate me. And no, I'm not gonna go back to the doctor. I told the doctor to fuck off. They don't want me to come back. I didn't get to talk to the doctor, so I told them to fuck off. They don't want me to come back. I told them I told them exactly what I tell you guys about them. Fucking, because they were manipulating me and shit. I didn't tell them I was going to kill them, but I'm sure their Wi-Fi network picks up the video transmissions, right? I'm sure. You can tell by how some people act that they get the Wi-Fi transmission, fucking, especially in 2020. There's a lot of people who got that Wi-Fi transmission after they kidnapped me. They're real excited and happy, and you know, like, we're beating your ass, and we installed chips in you when you were passed out, and we've been drugging you. We got you enslaved too. They're like, and then, you know, and then like a month later, people were acting all scared, and I didn't know across the whole fucking nation and shit. And I was like, yeah, something's up here. There's no reason. I'm just some hippie. Just some hippie traveling around. There's no reason to act all scared about that shit. Fucking. I'm just some hippie. You don't even know you kidnapped and drugged me last month and shit. Fucking. What's there to be scared of? It was all funny. It was all funny 2 months ago and shit. It was all like, oh, empowering and shit. It was like a women's rights movement happening in front of my face and shit. Everyone's like, we have rights now. Rights now. We have rights now. Rights now. Who's got rights? We've got rights. Who's got rights? We've got rights. The man can't keep us down. Sean can't keep us down. Who's got rights? We've got rights. Who's got rights? Sean ain't got rights. Who's got rights? Not Sean. Who's got rights? We've got rights. Marching on Sean. We've got the rights. March on Sean's face. We've got the rights. March on Sean's face. Left, right, stomp, stab, stomp, stab, left, right. They was all high. There was hype, bro. There was hype. There was hype. There was hype. There was people in the street marching, literally, and shit. That was supposedly for something else. But, it was kind of odd. They couldn't breathe and shit for some reason. Might have had something to do with something else. It was like, oh, well, I can't move my leg. Well, because you fucking, yeah, the drugs you gave me and the chip you installed in me, it caused me to have seizures. Fucking, cool. That's cool if they installed a chip in me, and what it did was actually unlock my powers, and that's what kicked off the shit. Fucking, and their plan, they thought that their boss was working for them. That would be so fucking cool if that's what ends up being the information that comes out on what happened then when they fucking knocked me out for 14 hours, man. That would be so. And they're always like, we finally got there, like the fucking Scooby-Doo villain every time. What movie is that? What is it? Where's that from? I think that's from He-Man. Now he's like, we finally got him this time and shit. Man. Man. I don't think I'll be getting the honest information from any of their mouths what happened. Fucking, but I don't really care either. But it doesn't affect anything here. But wear my seatbelt. I better wear my seatbelt. Don't forget to wear your seatbelt, guys. Yeah, wear your seatbelt. Man, I've been in cars going 200 miles per hour and we don't wear seatbelts. So, do I look dead to you? I'm speaking to you from the grave. I'm trying to manipulate you. Fucking, that's stupid, man. Well, from what I've seen, you're gonna die when it's scheduled for you to die, and you don't really need to worry about it. And they're gonna break your back when it's scheduled for them to break your back, and you aren't gonna do anything about it because your family's involved in it, and everyone you know is involved in it, and you're not gonna be able to stop them. That's a massive harm. That's not just your family and everyone you know. There's people they know. They know people too. They have other family members too. Those people know people and have family members. Those people know people and have family members. Those people. 7 degrees of separation from the clone says Earth didn't exist 50 years ago. Fucking. So, it'd be hard to populate the planet with new clones when every time you create a new one, it has to create 10,000 plus. And then those 10,000 have 7 degrees of separation too. So everyone has to come together and agree that person existed the day before. I don't think so. I don't think that's how that. This 7 degree. I think that'd be the only reason they forced me to learn what 7 degrees of separation is, because I have zero use for that other than when I was being guided to interaction with the clone and listening, my ears being raped by it, telling me about its job and what it did last month, 2 days before I asked for it to be invented. I was like, oh, 7 degrees of nothing. Fucking. Well, all these stupid little questions. And it's not the stupid questions, but obviously it's the drugging, the kidnapping, the rape, the forced relationships, the slavery that's going to be the real problem. But seriously, like, I mean, if you wanted someone to like give up or give in, the last thing you do is do little things that provoke them. Maybe that's what they're doing in the first place. Because they got to get their little fake show going on. Their staged Bible events, fucking. That way Jesus can come out and tell you how great they are, and they're the master race, and nothing like I tell you about them, fucking. Oh, and they're the best people on the planet who've never done anything wrong, and Jesus invented them instead. An invisible person invented them. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even talk about seatbelts. Like I said, last car I remember having, specifically remember thinking about seatbelts. We didn't even have seatbelts in that car because it was designed. We removed the seats, the belts. Yeah. Fucking, we removed the middle console. Looked like a gutted out car. Fucking, because it was supposed to be in shit. Gained that extra speed boost there. Fucking. And gained a lot of extra room in the car too by removing all that junk. Small car, it needed the room. Anyways, Anyway, so do I wear a seatbelt? What do you guys? You guys think? Have you guys? Has anyone ever looked at a hippie, at a person like? People come up to me. I'm 15 years old, and they're asking me where the drugs are. Okay, and for some reason, people think hippies have drugs. Now, you tell me if I look like a person who wears a seatbelt. I I own an airplane. Okay, if you're gonna ask stupid questions, I own an airplane, and no, we don't have to wear our seatbelts. Uh, it's a it's not a registered full size airplane, so there's no regulations to it. There we go. That's the answer. That's the answer from now on. From now on, or Bigfoot invented a new I don't drive cars. My father, Bigfoot, invented a teleportation device that I use to travel everywhere. And the seatbelt would actually keep us where we are so we can't have any material goods like that on us when we're being teleported across the planet. You know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fucking. This is so stupid, dude. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I hate every day of this world, and it's never going to end. And I know there's a lot against that. A lot of desperate people who need me to raise their children because their men don't like them. Because and they're probably working together. I went out, these women are working with their men to just breed us the fuck out of the population. That is, you know, they seem like stupid beasts who can't do anything, but they can walk and breathe, and that requires like 36 different movements. Never be fooled by Queen Elizabeth. She became queen because she sat there and acted stupid, and people fucking believed her and worshipped her. That's how they do. That's how they become queens, and shit is usually acting stupid. It definitely isn't passing school. It definitely isn't portraying that they are intelligent. Fucking. How do they control? How do they get men to go off and make money for them all day so they can sit at home and watch TV and eat potato chips if they're not smart? How do you, I mean, you can kind of sit around and that happen, but, I mean, and you're not having sex, they're not having sex with you either, so it's not that. No one's paying for pussy. And someone's playing some sort of something now. Someone's got to have some sort of intelligence to get. Cleopatra isn't just some retard who woke up one day and was rich and surrounded by men because she was so sexy and shit. Fucking. So maybe they both, and it does look like, I mean, obviously, if someone's chaperoning and leading someone by the hand into my life, obviously I would think that cunt's working with them. So, but on what level? I mean, the one's child literally was a Nazi, so that's their child. I mean, someone must have taught them that. Besides Pharaoh, the third father, fucking, and they're not smart enough to read their Bibles, so the commandments to rape and replace everyone. They do have that yearly celebration